Madam Clerk, the time is now 7 p.m.
The time is now 7 p.m. and I'd like to call the regular Township Council meeting to order. Councilwoman Perrone,
Present.
Councilman Anderson, not present at this time. Councilwoman McIntosh. Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Present.
Mayor Whitfield.
Present.
I'd like to invite Pastor Vincent Russ of Delaware Valley Baptist Church to lead us in tonight's prayer.
Let's bow our head. O Lord, how excellent is your name in all the earth. Father God, we come to you as humbly as we know how, Lord God, because we dare not move forward with any order of business, Lord, without seeking your face first. So we thank you for this opportunity, Lord God, to bow before your very throne. Lord, we come to you, Father God, on behalf of the town of Willingboro, Lord God, and we pray, Father God, for this meeting that's about to take place. Father God, we ask you that you don't allow us to lean to our own understanding, Lord God, but you would direct our every path, Lord God. We are here tonight, Father God, on behalf of this township and the residents that live therein, Lord God. So I pray for everyone on the council. I pray for everybody that's in this room, Lord God, that you would meet them right where they are. As we go forward with this meeting, Lord God, I pray that you would lead, guide, and direct in the way that you see fit, Lord God. Father God, there is so much going on today, Lord God, that we need you, Lord. There are so many things going on, Lord God, that we need your love and your kindness, Father God. We need your heart to be upon our hearts, Lord God. It is so easy for us to do what it is that we desire to do and not do what is needed for the township, Lord God. We know, Father God, that there's evil amongst us, Lord God. We know that there's things amongst us, Father God, that is not in the best favor of this township, Lord God. But I pray in the name of Jesus, Father God, that you would touch every heart, that you would touch every mind, Lord God, that everything that is said, Lord God, will be saturated, Father God, in the love for one another, Lord God, and not for selfish ambition, Lord. I pray, Lord God, that you would continue, Father God, to move in a way, Father God, that would be the best for this township, that you would move in a way, Lord God, that would bring us together, that we would unite us together, that would join us together in one, Lord God, so that we could be the strongest that we could be for what it is that we have to do, Father God. There's much order of business that needs to take care of, Lord God. So I pray, Lord God, that when we begin this meeting, that you would superintend this meeting, lead, guide, and direct. And we ask this in the precious name of your love, of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, we pray and say amen.
Thank you, Pastor Russ.
May we please rise for the flag salute. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Notice was provided in compliance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975 to the Burlington County Times, Trenton Times, and Philadelphia Inquirer, stating the date, time, place, and the agenda to the extent it was known. Additionally, notice was filed in the office of the Township Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you for joining us this evening for our August Township Council meeting. We'll start tonight's meeting with a swearing in of one of our police officers.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Willingboro Council, Willingboro residents. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity for you to swear in our newest addition to our police force. Our newest addition is Officer Brandon Rivera. He graduated from the Mercer County Police Academy on July 16th. He's currently in the report writing phase of our FTO program, and once he finishes that, he will continue on to our 14-week FTO program. So if I could have Officer Rivera step forward along with his family members, please step forward.
Good evening, Officer Rivera.
Good evening.
So, as you have done, raise your right hand and you'll repeat after me, please. I state your name,
I, Brandon Rivera,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States and in this state,
in the United States and in this state,
county, and township,
county, and township,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I would faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of
all the duties of
the office of police officer in Willingboro Township,
the office of police officer in Willingboro Township,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
So at this point, I'm going to ask Officer Rivera's mother if she's going to pin his badge on his chest.
Congratulations, Officer Rivera.
Thank you.
Welcome to Willingboro. Oh, Officer Rivera, could you come up for a minute just to take a picture with council?
One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations once again to Officer Rivera and welcome to Willingboro. Our next item of business will have our township manager, Mr. Dwayne Harris, go through the manager's municipal updates.
Good evening, Mayor and governing body members, members of the public. We have quite a bit to go through this evening. Our full report for the month of June is in your box, so I will just give a brief summary of some of the things that have transpired in the township since we last met. Our township departments are continuing to provide critical municipal service and progressed on numerous infrastructure, public safety, recreation, and community service projects throughout June of 2026. The township generated $829,961 in revenue for the month. Property tax collections accounted for just over 74% of the monthly revenues. Our total spending reached $3.63 million for the month of June. Expenditures included $1.77 million for salaries and wages, $1.18 million for other operating costs, and $542,791 for employee healthcare contributions. Our public safety departments remain busy. The police department is staffed by 71. Is that 72 now, Chief? However, one officer is deployed with the Air National Guard, one is on administrative duty, and one officer is suspended without pay. Investigative cases went down from 227 in May to 202 in June. Calls for service decreased from 4,500 in May to 4,010 in June. And community policing activities consisted of Special Olympics, Kona with a Cop, neighborhood watch meetings, school outreach, and food deliveries to close to 30 Willingboro families. Our fire and EMS services responded to 157 fires, 445 EMS calls for the month of June. EMS billed $62,548 for June services and a total of $401,000 for the year to date. Highlights for the department include a motorcycle fire, a structure fire on Sherwood Lane that took firefighters approximately 30 minutes to bring under control. And the department has also provided extensive mutual aid to our Burlington County neighbors. Public Works continues to deliver basic services with limited personnel. Currently, the department is staffed by 35 employees. 1 employee is on medical leave, 2 employees are suspended, and there are currently no Clean Communities ambassadors assigned. The department repaired 34 potholes, inspected 110 catch basins, and cleaned 53 additional catch basins. They picked up 575 bags of litter, distributed replacement trash and recycling carts, and collected 52.5 cubic yards of street sweeping debris for the month of June. Several ongoing issues require further management oversight. They include the township's electric vehicle charging stations that were not energized at Mill Creek Park. There is a sinkhole located at Babbitt and Brooklawn Lane that is being addressed. The recurring road issues at 78 Tidewater Drive, potential mold located in the HVA unit in the library, and needed HVAC repairs at the JFK Senior Center. Supporting reports, engineering estimates, vendor proposals, and plans for corrective actions will be followed up. Our Recreation Department is experiencing another successful month for summer attendance and revenue. Approximately 700 people attended the Country Club Pool Celebration or the opening celebration. Close to 44 people attended the Fishing Derby. Summer in Motion, as a new initiative this summer, was launched and is doing very well. Recreation programs brought in over $87,000 from programs, pool passes, and camp memberships, facility rentals, sponsorships, vendors fees, and product sales. Our Human Resources Department processed 22 seasonal recreation employees and 1 seasonal part-time EMT. The Inspections Department performed 1,169 inspections and either closed or brought 620 matters into compliance. They issued 58 summonses and 233 construction permits or updates were issued by inspections, and the department generated $87,446 in revenue. And a more detailed report is in your box and is available on the township's website for any of the residents who would like to visit that. We will have Ms. Jackson come and present the ongoings that are happening in Willingboro. And just last week, we unveiled our new township website, and she will give a presentation on that with Mr. Lowry as well.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council, and all assembled. I hope you are well. So there is a lot going on in Willingboro, but I'll try to just do the highlights this evening in the interest of time. We will be kicking off our Jazz Fest weekend this Friday at Friday Night Live with the Wise Touch at the amphitheater, and that will be from 6 to 8 at the amphitheater. We've been having a great time at the amphitheater this summer. So we are pleased to welcome the Wise Touch. So in addition to great music, food trucks, and community fellowship, we will also be offering our Jazz Fest t-shirts, kind of an early bird special for those, so you can get them early and wear them to the festival. So we want to bring that to your attention. There is a schedule available in the back table as well as the carousel for those interested regarding the remaining concerts and entertainment at the amphitheater for the duration of the summer. And then, of course, on Sunday, our 43rd Annual Jazz Fest will occur from 12 to 8. We want to invite everyone to join us for another unforgettable celebration filled with live music and community fellowship. The lineup includes Karen Briggs, Gerald Beasley, Mike Phillips, and Eric Roberson, who is this year's headliners. In addition, we will are pleased to host Mary Cross, the Funktastic Voyage and Spur of the Moment at this year's event. The park opens at 11, the festival begins at noon, and all of it's happening at Mill Creek Park. We do want to bring to your attention that if you're planning to park at the event, the parking is $30 for cars and $40 for RVs. So we ask that you plan accordingly. And also there will be parking restrictions in place this year in Pennypacker and Windsor parks. So they'll be restricted to one-sided parking. In addition to this information being posted on our social media pages, website, there will also be signs in the areas where there is one restricted parking to one side of the street. So we want to make sure that our residents are aware. We are preparing for the grand opening of our Willingboro Performing Arts Center on October 3rd. We will be posting a link to the grand opening concert and celebration, and the first act on the stage is Atlantic Star. So we're very excited about that. More information will be shared at our Jazz Festival, but we're excited about our grand opening and upcoming performances. So as was shared last week, we launched our new website, and I believe that we're going to take a moment just to take a look at it. The domain remains the same, which is willingboro.nj.gov. This is the recreation and wellness page, but if we go to the home page, you will see what you see when you click on the Willingboro website, willingboro.nj.gov. If you could just change the domain for us. I think this is more Mr. Laurie's presentation than mine, but we'll just move forward and just let you know that, yes, there we go. So our website is basically the same. The information is available to you, but it's, as you can see, it's a little bit more lively, and we have more vivid color and information. We have more quick links to you. You'll see right here on the front page, if you could slow down just a minute, we have the vital statistics, a link, the link to our budget, our library. We have a link to No Knock Registry, Oprah requests. If you have information about our property taxes, direct links to our RFQ and bids, the township code, and upcoming events, special events form. That's also available. And if you later on in the site, you have our events and meetings that we have. And then on the corner, you see that we'll be able to highlight different events that are coming. So this allows us an opportunity to do a carousel of not only flyers and posters, but also a video. The new website is ADA compliant, so we are excited about that. And we just believe that it'll be a little bit easier to navigate and access information, and we hope that our residents are pleased with the new site and the new visibility that our new site believes. And again, you don't have to do anything different, but click on willingboro.nj.gov, and all of this information is available to you. And if there are no other questions, I believe that concludes my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any questions for Ms. Jackson?
All right, thank you.
Going to come at this time and present the Willingboro Rec portion of the site.
Good evening, council, mayor, deputy mayor, members of the public. So as you can see, we do have a department header page for our Willingboro Recreation and Wellness Department. Here you'll find an About Us page across the global navigation portion. Right at the top of the screen, there's an About Us that tells you more about the department. If you click recreational programs, that'll take you to, right now, it'll take you to My Rec. But at the end of the month, that will redirect to our current, our Civic Plus Recreation Management platform. We also have a tab up there for our community pools to share more information about the pools regarding the times the pools are open. The times the pools are open, and then other pertinent information in terms of pricing, information about Camp Sun and Fun, and then also information about the Riva Foster Senior Center. That's also at the top of the global navigation. As you remember, on July 7th, the council adopted an ordinance that formally brought the senior center under the recreation department. So you'll be able to find more information about that center there. As Ms. Jackson said, we also have that calendar for community events. That's the first icon tab on our screen. If you click fitness and wellness or sports and recreations, that'll take you to our new platform, Civic Rec, where residents will be able to register for classes and programs there, as well as the rental facilities. While rental facilities does not fall under our department, we understand that a lot of residents look towards the recreation department for those features, so we made sure that it was there as well as the event vendor application for our various events that happen in the township, whether it's Jazz Fest, Juneteenth, or our Friday Night Live series. Those vendors have the opportunity to apply for those applications. We're putting those interest forms there. If you scroll down, you'll see Stay Connected. That'll redirect you to our Facebook page. Calendar, of course, that'll show you the calendar, and then the park locations will tell you exactly where our parks are in our community. And then again, upcoming recreation events, we'll make sure that this calendar is updated. So the events tab will mirror what's on our homepage to show you what current events are happening in the township. And then the programs tab will show you what programs are currently running in the township and the recreation department. That tab is a bit inactive right now because all our current programs that are running through August are still taking registration through MyRec until the end of this month. And then you also see the feed directly to our Willingboro Recreation and Wellness Department Facebook page. And then at the bottom of the page, you'll just have that information, where our department is located at the Kennedy Center, our phone number, and then email us takes you right to the recreation info at willingboronj.gov. We are looking for everyone. There's a bit of a change. Again, like I said, MyRec will be discontinued at the end of this month. All registration, rentals for the banquet hall, for any of the parks, will go through our new Civic Rec platform. You will have to create new accounts to complete those functions. If you look at the top right of the screen, it says website sign-in. Once you sign in, create a membership there or registration there, you're not only signing up for the Willingboro Township website, but you're also signing up for that Civic Rec platform. So that that login will be extended throughout the website globally from willingboronj.gov to our department header page. As noted in the past, willingbororec.com typically takes you to the MyRec platform. We have requested that MyRec transfer that that link, for lack of a better term, I can't think of the actual term of it, the domain. We've asked for them to transition that domain to us for our ownership. So once IT completes their process, willingbororec.com will bring you right to this page. Any questions?
Any questions from council? I have one question, Mr. Lowry. Are the recreation events also included on the main calendar, or is it just on the separate recreation website?
They should be included on that calendar as well. But specifically, that's why we have the two tabs. We have events, so that'll be township events, our events. Again, we look at all township events as township events, whether recreation department's hosting it or not, they're all township events. Programs specifically will be recreation programs. So that's from our line dancing program to our mentality program, those specific things. And also the senior center programs and activities will be under programs.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lowry.
No problem.
Mr. Harris, before you continue, I did have one other one for Ms. Jackson. The signups for the notification, text message, and email, as well as the app, is that also on the main page of the website?
So we are going to be looking into transitioning from Gov Delivery to CivicSend, but we are going to upload the information that is currently in Gov Delivery to our current website and database so that we can utilize. There is a notation on the website that says notify me that allow us to build a new database, but we're hoping to retrieve the information from our old site to our new site so we can continue to build on that information.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we just make sure that it's visible for residents that want to be included, that there is a spot, one of those breakout?
Yeah, there is a little notify me, but we'll try to bring attention to it. It's on every page on every website, but we will do so.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Councilwoman Perrin.
Thank you. My question is really more towards Mr. Harris or Dr. Harris and council pertaining to the Jazz Festival. With regards to parking, you so far have expensed over $200,000, closer to $300,000 for the Jazz Festival. Basically, the taxpayers already paid. So what I'd like for us to do, if we could all agree on this, is those that are residents that are interested in attending, perhaps we can give them a parking pass for their car if they were interested in attending. I know we get visitors from nearby towns, but I wanted to know, did you think about possibly waiving parking fees for those who've already paid for the Jazz Festival, the taxpayers?
So that was not a consideration of parking. Parking is for the parking fees for anyone that drives a vehicle into Mill Creek Park. There are a lot of residents who attend the Jazz Festival from Willingboro who are not charged a parking fee because they don't drive. So there was no consideration as waiving a fee for Willingboro residents.
Well, what about council? We initiate that now because the Jazz Festival is in a couple of weeks. Something where
It's a couple of days.
it's on Sunday.
I don't know.
So,
yeah.
I mean, we're talking about like the piece of paper that we get when we go to the high school graduations. I know you don't typically attend high school graduation, Mr. Harris, but we get a parking pass when we attend because there's a lot of people. So something very similar to that, literally printed on a piece of paper. You can probably get a few out of this side here. VIP for those who come up to the council to get a copy of it or something like that. For those who are interested, everybody's not, in Willingboro is not going to go to the Jazz Festival, but those who are interested, that's just, even though you didn't think about it before, what about now? Madam Mayor, I know Mr. Harris, you didn't, or council?
Councilwoman Perrin, thank you for bringing that up. The Jazz Fest is this Sunday, and I think it's something that we could have considered if this was brought up earlier. Parking at the Jazz Fest has never been free. So I think at this late hour, it would be hard logistically to make it equitable for all residents that even wanted to participate to, one, be aware that this benefit was available, and to be able to partake in it.
I was
It
thinking
often takes months for, or even 1 month for residents to get the message about anything around town. And it's already Tuesday, the Jazz Fest is on Sunday. So that would leave a large part of residents that may not even know about it to be able to access the benefit.
Right, I mean, our social media pages, our website, our Facebook, Tanya Around Town, there's a lot of different ways to let people know that we're offering it, and just at least to offer it, and literally can have it at the clerk's office or something. Of course, notable residents, their state ID showing that they are taxpayers here, just per one household.
I've given my position on it. Any other council member? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Perron, for the people. We appreciate that presentation. I think the challenge is that it's coming up now. I'm not saying that it's not a good idea. It's just we've been talking about the Jazz Fest almost a year now, and this consideration wasn't brought forward. Neither was it brought up at the last meeting or in between the meeting or anything. Do you have any suggestions on how we can make sure it's equitable? Do you have any suggestions of how we can make it equitable? I know you said with the flyers, or is there a number you had in mind in terms of the number of slots we could allocate for the residents?
Well, the thought was it would be at the clerk's office, and they can come in, present their state ID. They can look up that they are taxpayers in Willingboro, one per household. So literally a piece of paper that you could just cut, and it says VIP parking, Willingboro resident, and that's it. And they would just take it.
Right, so, okay, and then the administration would also need to figure out the capacity in terms of the number of spaces that could be made available, because I know there's also a cap on the number of spaces that are out there. I don't have an issue with considering the idea. I think we need to look at the logistics of how to do it, how to make it equitable if we're going to do it in time for Sunday, or if you're raising it now for the municipality to be able to do it for Jazz Fest 2027. I know what the residents are reacting to is this wonderful idea that you've presented, but it's for the first time on Tuesday before the Jazz Fest, and we just want to be able to deliver it in a way that's equitable. Not that it's not a good idea, just trying to make it equitable.
Well, I think I heard you say your concern is that the parking lot may become too full.
I don't
So,
know what the
I
capacity
mean, is that what you were stating?
I'm saying I just don't know what the
Okay, so
number
if in the
is.
event that that happens, whether they were paying or not, there would still be a capacity of it's too full. So-
That's right, and they would turn them away, but I would not want to hand out 10,000 parking passes if we can't hold 10,000 cars. That's what I'm saying. I don't,
I mean, with that, when it comes to that piece, I would expect that the police department, the fire department would manage the people count in that park period.
and
whether they're-
they'll figure it out. I'm just saying, trying to provide time to be able to do, as you know, since you've been on the council for several years, much longer than myself, that when the municipality does events and they have things that happen, it's just the logistics and thinking through that. The administrative burden on the clerk's office and all those things, it's not that they can't do it. It's just a matter of doing the planning. And so I'm open to being able to understand how to do it. We're just figuring it out in real time. That's all.
If we can have quiet in the courtroom, please. Mr. Lowry,
saying.
do you have any input on this? Or Chief Bucks, I know you also assistant manager. Park.
There's 11,000 residences in Willingboro, and there's no way we would be able to park 11,000 vehicles by giving one per household in
Well,
Mill Creek Park.
It's not one per household, it's those who come to the building because they're interested in attending. Every household is not attending.
Correct. But
It's
if,
just a service that we're offering on our Facebook advertising. If you're interested, you're a taxpayer here, come get a VIP pass. We appreciate you for putting this event on for us, helping us, just some sort of appreciation. Just if you want, come to the municipal building. We'll give you a yellow piece of paper. Please present your ID so we know that you are the taxpayer here. Something very simple, like it's not going to be all 11,000.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Thank you. Again, are you saying free or discounted? What did you say?
Free.
I was asking. Okay. And as you've been, like as Dr. Worthy has said, you've been on council previous and it's always been the cost. I'm okay with the idea, honestly. But but when you present it, you can bring it up we can consider that prior to 3 days before the Jazz Festival. So I'm okay with, if you want my vote, I'm okay with doing that. But I think the logistics, I think it's just, ill presented at this point. I'm okay. I can try to come back.
Personally, I think it will be difficult to execute equitably to residents, at this late hour. Mr. Harris, do you have any other inputs on this?
no, I would agree with you 100%, trying to prepare and execute that by Sunday is
Well,
very.
by Friday.
Right, yeah, by Friday, because municipal offices closed on Friday would be very difficult. And the parking revenue is a very large revenue source to offset some of the expenses up for the Jazz Festival. So those are all of the things that we need to take into consideration.
I mean, I do understand it's a revenue source, but for those who are neighboring townships, it should be a revenue for them, not for us because we already paid.
But we don't have any statistic to determine what the percentage of that is. Is it 10%? Is it 80%? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know either. I'm just saying that. And then the other thing is we meet once a month in the summer times. So we did not have our regularly scheduled meetings. When you advertised that it was $30 for parking, that came out much after, I'm well into July, at least as far as my knowledge. I did not see a flyer that we voted on. If the council voted on a flyer for the Jazz Festival?
No, but that information was released
No,
in May.
Well, no, but the answer is no. So we did
But
not
that
vote.
information was released in May, and we don't vote on every flyer that comes
No,
out.
What I'm saying is we don't normally charge $30 for parking.
We do normally
do.
charge for,
$30, right? So what I'm saying.
but
is
we
that-
do normally charge for parking.
Madam Mayor, I'm not saying that you don't. What I'm saying is that can we just start this initiative? Even it's late at the end of the game, something very simple, advertise it on our Facebook. Tanya around town can speak about it on Facebook, letting the community know the council has agreed to open up this for those Willingboro taxpayer residents. If you're interested, you get to attend VIP.
Well, if it is the directive of the council to do that, we are bound to do that, but that would not be my recommendation.
I would suggest that if it's possible to allow Willingboro residents to park at last year's parking costs, and charge, excuse me, come on. Lauren.
So it's not practical to do any of that. It's so
Can we
one,
be quiet in the courtroom?
we had this conversation back in, I want to say November and in early January when we had our budget discussions, and the council asked for us to find ways to offset the cost of the Jazz Festival. One of those ways was through increased sponsorship opportunities. And then we also thought it necessary to increase parking because typically we get about 15,000 people to attend the Jazz Festival. A lot of those people are coming out of, exactly. So a lot of those people are coming out of town. A lot of our residents either walk or carpool or find some other mean or mode to attend the Jazz Festival. We have 10 parking attendants in total. There's 5 parking lanes that you drive through to get into the Jazz Festival. Most of the traffic for most of the day is backed up into Beverly Rancocas Road. If we decide that we want to then say, hey, we're gonna check IDs at the gate, now you have, right. But if you're looking to validate parking, whether it's at the gate or leading up to the Jazz Fest, again, it's Tuesday now, so Public Works is already setting up the Jazz Festival now. Then we have to figure out how many, again, like you guys were already talking about, what's the capacity? How many people are gonna be coming in? How many residents are gonna be coming in? That's a huge ask on not just the recreation staff or the clerk staff, but the Public Works Department who's already out there setting up the park. I get it, I understand, but in terms of, from a practical standpoint, I don't think that's a practical request. So going back to Mr. Harris's point, if the directive from the council is to reduce the price, then that's something that we have to follow. But in terms of adding it's the same thing with the pool, right? We decided to make the pool free on Friday for the kids. We now have those extra steps where we have to then validate the residency. So initially we tried to do the IDs and see if the students were, but the students don't get IDs from the school district. So we spoke with the school district and they said, you know what, just verify their report cards. But I think to have an influx of people come into the municipal complex or to the Kennedy Center to validate residency for parking, I don't think that that's a reasonable ask. We would be much more respondent or favorable to just reducing the price.
Right, they do come in to pay taxes. I mean, like, they come at different times, right? So I'm not
Yeah.
saying that we have to have designated VIP parking spaces. So the police don't have to say you can park here, as long as they have some sort of piece of paper format where maybe you can have a special stamp on it, so nobody can make a duplicate of it, right? Something that's in the office of the clerk that stamps it, one household, you've received it, and that's it. And everybody is not coming to get a VIP pass. Everybody's not gonna go.
Understood. And to your point, taxes were due on the 1st, and I believe they have a grace period until the 15th, the 12th, the 10th. Jazz Fest is on the 9th.
No, what I'm saying is, however, when they come in to pay their taxes, similar fashion, they will come in and get a VIP pass if they wanted to come in and get a VIP pass to park that day. What I'm trying to say is it's not going to be anything extra on you mentioned Public Works, the police department. Literally, somebody's driving in, they have the pass clearly labeled, clearly identified on their dashboard, and it's on their dashboard. So there's nothing for the police to do additional other than to observe that they have that pass. So they don't need to see their state ID. The state ID is when they come in to the building to collect the VIP pass.
And how will we track that there's only one given to?
The clerk, because that household would be, or some sort of format of the office administration that this person received a pass. They received one for that household.
Madam Deputy Clerk, do you have a listing of each address?
Oh, I'll make a motion to. for the
I was
VIP
talking. Thank you.
I don't have a full listing of all the addresses. I'm sorry, I don't have a full listing. I believe I would have to get that from maybe the tax office or something.
Okay, so we have access to a full listing of every address.
Everybody gets a tax bill, so I know we have their addresses.
Make the motion, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, I'll make a motion for VIP parking for Willingboro residents. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, Mr. Harris and Ms. Scott, you have quite a bit of work to do by tomorrow.
You need help, if you resident, I'll volunteer for.
Excuse me. Mr. Harris, if you would continue.
So there's been quite a conversation about municipal taxes lately. So tonight we have a trifold presentation from our tax assessor, our chief financial officer, and our tax collector on the taxing processes in Willingboro. So residents get a little bit clearer understanding of how the whole process and system works. So I'm going to call first to the floor Mr. Justin Lamichella, who is our tax assessor here in Willingboro Township.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, as well as the Township as well. First, I'm going to start and I'll answer any questions anybody has and give an explanation. But first, I'm going to go ahead and start as I typically do. I got a paper here as far as our office procedures and what we've done this year, like we did last year as well. So I'm just going to hand out some paper here. I think there's one each. It's basically what I'm reading from, but if you like to see it in front of you, you can take a look and follow as well. Yeah, that's fine. It's pretty short number wise here. I'm really good with numbers. If you have any thoughts on it, you can ask me and I'll share it or break it down for you. But this is at least so they have a visual just on some things that our office does and perform as a tax assessor. Number one, I think that's
In
good.
order, do you have the handout on this for the screen so that the residents can follow along, or handouts for the audience? They're here.
I don't
for your
unless we could shoot it there. It's just numbers on our office. It's not like any calculation.
Ms.
They're here
Scott, would you-
specifically for your presentation. Many of the residents are here specifically for this.
Yeah, so
Scott, would
if
you be able-
I don't have any problem with it as well, or I can produce copies to shoot out later on. It's just our procedures that we do.
We'll have copies coming for the resident.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Can we go to the next person while we wait for the copies?
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Lamichella. Paul? Paul? Oh.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council, and residents of Willingboro Township. My name is Eusebia Diggs. I'm the Chief Financial Officer, Director of Finance, Willingboro Township. So the objective of this presentation is to give residents a clearer picture how the property taxes are determined in the state of New Jersey. What are the major components of the property tax rates, how the rates are calculated, and the factors that influence our property tax changes. So we want to understand when you say property tax, what is it? Property tax is a local tax assessed on real property to fund essential public services. In New Jersey, the property tax are primarily the primary funds of the property taxes is the public schools, the municipal government, and the county government. So we have three primary sources that formulate the property taxes. So you say, okay, how do I come about with the formula? So Mr. Lamarcella is going to explain about the assessed property value. So once you understand what your assessed property value is, you times it by the local rate, and then usually divide it by 100. So for example, over there, I did a house that is assessed at $100,000 and at a tax rate of 4.972. So you take your assessed value of your home, the total valuation of your home, you times it by that tax rate up there and divide by 100. So for someone who at a $400,000 home, your property tax would be roughly $4,792. But you will see that impact during the third quarter of that year. So you start seeing it from August to February, that's it, right? August, September, October, November, December, January. So you will see it during the third and fourth quarter of the tax year. So the next slide, we're going to talk about the different components of the tax rate. So as I mentioned earlier, the tax rate, we have the school tax rate, which funds the local education in the town. We have the municipal tax rate, which fund police, fire, roads, admin, infrastructure, all the good stuff that's in the town. Then we have the county tax that fund the county services and infrastructure wherever the county, and we live in Bernalillo County. So we have the open space tax, which is connected to the county tax rate. And we have the library tax because we have a local public library in the town that forms part of the municipal tax rate. So I'm going to, I put together an analysis, a 5-year analysis from 2022 to now. So, residents can see the trend of the different tax rate components. So, so for the 5-year period, Sean, that's Sean. Oh, sorry, Miles, the next one. Okay, so yeah, if you look at this on 5-year analysis, and I'll need everyone to look at it keenly. So in the year 2022, if you look at it, the municipal tax rate at the time was 1.816. We went to 2023, a slight 0.0001 increase at 2023. 2024, a significant decrease. 2025, we kept it stable. I will call that stable. And 2026 is when you see the 1.9, the current rate, which is at 1.915. So if you do the same thing with the school, 2022, we had a school rate at 1.79, 2023, 2.054, 24, and to the rest of the current year. The same thing with the county. So the current tax rate between 2022 and 26, you see 2022, the overall tax rate was 3.989. And currently is at 4.972. Actually received the certified county tax rate today. Miles? So the 2026 total for the county is actually based on the final numbers now. So the total tax rate increase from 3.98, that's from 2022 to 2023. I'm trying to explain year by year until we get to the current year, which is 2026. You see where the municipal increase was 0.001. If, actually it remained unchanged between 22 and 23, unchanged. The school district increase between 22 and 23 it went from 1.794 to 2.05. That's a 0.260 increase. The county increase from 3.79 to 0.414, and that's a 0.035 increase. So I'm going to explain what all these increases means once we get to the other sheet. So if you look at 2023 to 2024, you're going to see those increases. And I want you to take keen attention because that's my focus point, the municipal rate. And you look at the school district rate and the county rate from 2023 to 2024. So you go from 2024 to 2025, the same thing. And now, so during that time, both the school district and the county tax rate contributed almost equally to the increase, while the municipal rates remain virtually unchanged. You can see that. So that's between 24 and 25. So we get between 25 last year to this year. The tax rate increased. Last year we had a overall total tax rate of 4.405. This year is approximately 4.972, round up 4.973. And that represents a 12.875 increase over our previous rate of 2025. So the municipal rate last year was 1.799. This year we have it at 1.915. And with this rate, it has been the largest increase over the 5-year period. You saw 22, it remained, there was a slight decrease, 0.0001. It remains stable for 2 years, and then it would have this increase at this present time. The school district increased significantly from 2.087 to 2.507. And that's the largest single increase from the data. The county itself increased from 0.51 to 0.553. That's a 6% increase the county has. Where?
It says decrease.
Oh, no, that's increase. I'm sorry about that. Increased from 0.519 to 0.553. Increased. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why it's showing decrease. Okay. Oh, the numbers are matching up. I just a typo. It should have been increased. So the municipal tax rate. So I would say that over the 5-year period, during the analysis period, the municipal tax rate increased from 1.816, almost like a repeat, and that was 0. I can give you a copy. 0.099% points, and that equates to like 5.45 increase relative to the original rate. Compared with other components of the property tax structure, the municipal rate experienced relative modest, very little increase on and that increase actually happened this year. So if you look at all the other components, which is the county, the school, you will notice that the municipal reflects it was a gradual growth, nothing that was shared, or gradual growth that was shared, with the property taxpayers. So we go to the county. So over the 5 years, the county has increased, and this reflect of so the county, even though it remains the smallest component of the overall tax property tax structure, it has experienced significant proportional increase over the 5 years. The growth in the county tax rate also has contributed to the overall increase in the property tax burden, and as indicated to the county-related levy as it, rose at a faster pace during this period, during the 5-year period. The school district, over the 5-year analysis, the school district has increased from 1.794 to 2.50, 2.504. And as you saw in prior slides, the school district components experienced the most significant growth among the major property tax categories, which is the county and municipal, making it the primary contributor to the overall increase in the property tax rate. Because the school tax levy generally represents the largest portion of our New Jersey property tax bill, this increase has a substantial impact on the overall tax burden for property owners over the 5 years. So if you want to say, okay, my house is assessed, my house is assessed, it's tiny. It's assessed at, let's say $100,000, and the rate is at 4.972. What would be my local tax increase and the overall total tax increase? That's the calculation I did over there. So for a house assessed at 100,000, the total tax rate, as I mentioned earlier, would be the $4,972.38.
Point of order, just 1 second. Ms.
Okay.
Biggs. Miles, would you be able to make this bigger? Just the right side of the chart.
No. Okay, excellent. Okay. So let's say for $250,000, I heard the resident say no one lives in a $100,000 house. Okay, let's go. It doesn't change anything. So you go for a $250,000 house. Yes, your increase would be, your total tax increase would be $12,430.96. But your local tax, which is the municipal portion, will be at $4,640.83. So you see that increase effective 3rd and 4th quarter of this year, 2026. So I have a home assessed from 100,000 to almost $1.25 million, just to make it as clear as possible. So just so you can have an idea what your house, you put the assessed value of your home and see roughly what your increase will look like. So if you need to see the exact amount your increase is, you can always call the tax office. We put your address or your block and lot. We put in the tax rate that has been certified by the county. We're going to be able to tell you exactly what your increase is. Those letters or tax bills that you received in the mail a couple of weeks ago, they were based on estimates. We had not received the county certified tax rate at a time. So this year is pretty much close to the actual. So I'm going to conclude. So overall, miles. Overall, the data indicates that increases in the school district tax rate have been a dominant factor affecting property taxes in Willingboro Township between 2022 to 2026, while the municipal tax rates remain relatively stable until this year. The county tax shows moderate growth through the years from 2022 to 2025-26. I thank you. I will take questions when I'm instructed to. Thank you.
Any questions from council for Ms. Diggs? Okay, thank you, Ms. Diggs. You're welcome.
We will call Mr. Lamichella back up to the podium.
All right, I guess you let me know whenever we feel it's appropriate to start going, and I will jump into my
You can
presentation
continue,
here.
Mr. Lamisella.
Okay, excellent. So, oh, great, we got it on the screen. Yeah, so this here is some things I went over last year. This is what our office does. I remember some council members like to see some things kind of in front and see the numbers. As I know we start saying numbers, it kind of starts flying. It might be hard to keep up with. So I wanted to write that down so we can actually see. And also, while we're into it, I think to kind of explain this here is what our office does. As Eusebia just explained, you have two components when it comes down to the taxation process. I deal with the assessment piece of that. The assumption, and we're receiving a lot of calls, which I'll get into that when I hit the calls spot. Now, this is a busy time of year because we get the call and it's happening. What happened to my taxes? What happened to my taxes? Well, this is the time of year when we have those changes that just occurred in those different budget pieces. We're actually doing the first thing I'll go into to explain, because we had the same thing last year. A lot of questions or maybe not so understanding of the process with a reassessment that's going on, that we're doing inspections right now. We're not changing any values. So our component that is involved into the assessment process, I'm the value person. If the values in the assessment changes, your taxes would change. That's one component. And then you have the variables that are involved in the tax rate that Ms. Diggs just explained. We have these components that change from various budgets. Right now, our assessment as an assessor, we're under an equalization ratio. So our average assessment on that sheet that Ms. Diggs just had was about 165,000. That's not your value because our ratio is about 60% roughly. So for round numbers, your assessment should be somewhere near around 50% of what your market value is. So on that sheet she had, if you went across and saw the total at about 161,000, there was probably somewhere about, if I recall, maybe about an $8,500 annual tax bill. That's based off the average assessment in the town. So that's where we are, and our assessments haven't changed right now. What we're doing in the reassessment process as we're ordered from the state and the county to perform, we're doing a 20% inspection process over a 5-year period. So this is telling us right here that we are, right now, we have a total properties of 6,102 have been inspected. We have 3,783 remaining, which this is in the residential category. We are about 62% completion and also an inspection ratio. We're right about 61% as well. We must be within a 50% of all properties to comply with the Division of Taxation. That's where we sit right now, and that's where our program is, which is in addition to the tax assessor's typical workload. So we have this that's going on. Again, we get a lot of calls, and we'll see that coming up shortly. The assessments right now in the municipality has not changed. Nobody's assessment has changed that directly impacted the taxes. We're getting a ton of those calls, and it's good to explain this here. And it was actually very helpful that Ms. Diggs went first, because that explained the variable where there's changes. And also throughout the state of New Jersey, just to piggyback why I'm here, and as we're scrolling down, there was changes at the state, and I'm sure everybody probably has heard or is aware of it, and they changed the calculations for school aid that has changed. Those changes changed budgets and maybe monies for certain educational systems in different municipalities. I don't know about specifically a municipality here, I'm not speaking for that. But historically, over the last few years, that's where there was a larger change that was done in the school budget system, and that's been felt not only here, as Ms. Diggs explained, it is a larger percentage, but it's been felt throughout the state of New Jersey. And there was a large jump last year. If it wasn't felt, I'm not sure how it was here. And there was one here. And some municipalities have had much larger spikes due to this new school aid formula that was introduced by the state that changed some of the distributions. And now there's also various components of that budget. So we're one as far as the municipality, and there's several other components, and they all change. And that variable was where the change was. So when you get to our office, a lot of times my taxes changed, and I get on the phone and why did they change, or what's the jump? And the reality is, unless there was a change and you did some type of an improvement or property change, then that would be assessed appropriately, which we'll get to that in our added assessments. And you would have a change that was directly impacted from the assessor's office valuation to your new, to the assessment. So a lot of them that we're looking at, there was no changes. A lot of calls we get, it says it's a revaluation or, reassessment. What happened? My numbers changed. It's the reassessment. It's not. No numbers have changed yet. If the changing where they go would be in 2029. As we're ordered, there's things now at the state and other statutes that are legislation that are there. So we're following protocol and we're doing the inspections only. But if scheduled and it were to go on, changes wouldn't be effect until the 2029 tax year. So we're still years away when there would be a change in, for me, again, it wouldn't change, taxes would change and redistribute, but what's going to change is going to be the aggregate assessed value of the municipality. So what that does is when that changes and that goes up, they divide that by the budget, that gives you your tax rate. So if there's large change and it goes up, then that tax rate may go down, but there's going to be different types of changes depending on possibly what areas changed value more rapidly and possibly areas have changed. Over time, in real estate, markets change wildly throughout different neighborhoods and different in municipalities depending of the economic makeup. Some neighborhoods at that time 15 years ago may have been the most valuable, and 15 years later, it's not the number one neighborhood in town. Well, those neighborhoods are possible that they would see that type of change. They may see some relief if overall, because this equalization ratio, they didn't balance exactly with the ratio. They could see a downward change. And that in the inverse, a neighborhood that maybe had a change and became more valuable would see the opposite and possibly see an increase. But that budget process is the same, and the valuation is now different because now we go up to 100% and everybody goes at market value. And that's where you get some changes that could occur from neighborhood to neighborhood. But we are still years from that process. Right now, we are just doing the inspection process. With that being said, that's the main involvement as far as from the assessor's office on what our function is and what we do. As far as when it comes to tax calculation, again, that's just part of the collection process, which is a calculation that's derived from your assessment and the various budgets that make up the tax rate. So again, simply, that's where we are as far as the inspection process. That's where we are. We still have numbers that we're collecting. We're on target. The numbers are within line. We have to be above 50%. We are at 62%, and we're moving accordingly. Below that is our typical workload. Our typical workload is, I have down here, and it is up on the board, the last 12 months on what we do daily. So number one is the phone calls. We receive annually estimated around like 2,900 calls per year. A lot of those phone calls, believe it or not, probably 1,000 of them, I would say a third, come this time of year. our phone rings off the hook. We have a budget change, and why did my taxes change? Well, why your taxes changing now, if you didn't do an improvement and get something which is called an added assessment or evaluation change, then we have nothing to do with that. We can say, we're not sure, there's this time of year, the budget change, whatever pieces of those budget changed is what would make your annual taxes change. The rest of the calls are maybe typical calls that go with name changes, maybe records, you want different things in ownership style, maybe reviews or wanting to look at an assessment, those type of things. The next thing we do is we go down and we review deeds and we process them. We did about 492 this year. So those 492 properties that we review and we look at, they come in and review the sale price of the deeds. We have to analyze. And then below that, we have a property owner's list as well. So we process that for 200 feet for any engineering issues. We do about 18 of those annually since last time we had this meeting. The next line, we have tax searches that are completed as well. We do about 250 of those annually. And then we review the building permits. There's about 4,300 building permits that we have to go through and review a year and determine which ones, as I just previously stated, have improvement changes. And those improvement changes will then directly affect an assessment that can implicate a tax change. So some of those calls, again, we do get as soon as I pull it up and say, okay, hey, I can see your assessment changed from last year to this year. Well, that's a reason why your change can be a little bit greater, plus the change with any tax rate changes from those various entities. The added assessments that we process from those deeds that we review, we got about 216 of those that we did. You can see those there. And below that, we also do resale inspections additionally that are performed. Every property that goes through as far as sales, we review those properties as well. So we can review prior to, if there is a change, they're aware a change can be calculated. So a new buyer or a new resident moving in is aware of what a tax implication will be if there was improvements done prior to or with or without a permit from a previous owner. That allows them to knowledgeably understand what their tax implications are. And we do about 705 of those annually. Below that, we have some exemptions and various applications that we review. This year we have, most of these are, the majority is, we have a lot of veterans. We do 50, this number here shows about 65 and 52 are approved on average yearly or over the last 12 months. That pretty much sums up what I have for you. I will gladly take any questions if directed.
Thank you, Mr. Lamasella. Any questions from council? Thank you, Mr. Lamasella. All right, you can continue, Mr. Harris.
And last but not least, our tax collector, Ms. Lamar Arnold.
Yes, good evening, council, mayor, deputy mayor. Okay, my name is Lamar Arnold. I'm the tax collector for Willingboro Township, and I'm gonna go over some programs that's offered through the township and through the state of New Jersey. So the deductions offered through Willingboro Township exemption, state tax relief programs. So for the exemptions, okay, I'll go over the deductions offered through Willingboro Township. We have the senior citizen deduction, that's $250 off for the year. You have to make 10,000 or less, not including Social Security. They have the veterans deduction as well. That's $250 off. For this veteran deduction, you don't have to be 100% disabled, just long as you were enlisted in the military at some point. So for the disabled person, that's also $250 off for the year, but you also have to make the $10,000 or less, not including your Social Security. Also, the surviving spouse of a senior previously receiving the deduction is also entitled. A disabled veteran, the surviving spouse of a veteran previously receiving the deduction, considered, well, it's also known as a widow of a vet. They also can receive the deduction after the vet has passed away. The exemptions, this is like a disabled veteran that's 100% disabled. You have to provide your DD 214. There's some other things you have to have, like your military discharge papers or service time during the peacekeeping mission, your New Jersey driver's license, and proof of legal title as October 1st of the pre-tax year. So some of the exemptions, they have the 100% disabled veterans, but also entitled to the exemption is a nonprofit organization, churches, government agencies. And the eligible requirements for the exemptions also too are active duty service in the United States, people that are serving now. If you own the property or hold a legal title to the property for which the deduction is claimed, and you have to be a legal domiciliary resident of New Jersey. So the state programs that are offered are the Senior Freeze. Now they have included all the programs together. It's called the PAS 1. So the Property Tax Reimbursement Senior Freeze, the Anchor, and the State New Jersey programs are all included now. And you have to file this by November 2nd. The one for this year is for 2025. So please make sure you fill the 2025 out. So for next year, they'll have a base rate and it'll be based on your age and income. And you'll be able to get the one for 2026 next year. And when you first fill it out, when you first fill the program out, for the PAS, you have to have the 2024 and 2025 for the one this year. But if this is if you did it in the past, they just ask for the 1 year and they have your base rate already based on your age and income. So if for any of these programs, you can come to our office and we will, well, the ones through the township, you have to go to the tax assessor's office. But the state program, we have a copy of it as well, or we can give you the program. I mean, you can fill it out through the state website as well. And that's it.
Ms. Arnold, you still had a couple more slides.
Oh, I forgot about that one. Hold up, this right here. I'm sorry. Yes, so the county, the state is gonna have different, they're gonna come and speak and explain the property tax relief application assistant events. That'll be, they'll have one in Mount Laurel, Palmyra, Bordentown, Willingboro will be September 10th at 3:30 to 6:30 p.m. at the Reva Foster Senior Center. They have one in Roebling, Burlington, and Delran. All the times, I can actually, if you come to our office, I can give you a copy of it as well. And we also help too. Like if you need help, assistant filling out the paperwork, we will help you in our office as well. But these are like the state will be at these locations to explain everything. And you can bring your documents with you, your license, your income for the years for 2024 and 2025, because that's what it is for this year. And they will help you fill out the forms as well at these events.
All right.
And that's the end.
All right, thank you, Ms. Arnold. Any questions for Ms. Arnold? All right.
Madam Mayor, I don't have a question for Ms. Arnold, but the information that was shown, especially for the state stuff, is that available on our website also? Okay, thank you.
All of this information will be posted on the website.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris. All right, Mr. Harris, you can continue.
Next, we have a presentation from Edu Sports Academy. Ms. Pat Lindsay Harvey, who wants to make a presentation about a golf facility at JFK.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, Council, Administration, and Willingboro residents. My name is Pat Lindsay Harvey, and I'm founder and CEO of Edu Sports Academy, which is a nonprofit, and I'm a certified golf instructor. With me, I have Michael Thompson, who's one of our instructors, and Frederick Baxter, who's also one of our certified instructors. And what we're talking about is creating a golf discovery and learning center, which is going to be something very different, something you won't see anywhere in New Jersey, or probably not in the country, from the research we've done so far. It will have youth education, career development about golf, and environmental stewardship. Next slide, please. And I don't know how many of you know much about golf, but it is a very diversity challenged industry. And if you look at the first part of this, talks about scholarships. There are between $15 and $30 million worth of scholarships that goes unused for Black and brown children because there's not many of them that play golf. Number two, we talk about the PGA, that's the Professional Golf Association, and the LIV Tour, and there's also another tour called the Corn Ferry Tour. There are currently no Black males playing regularly on the PGA Tour. The last one was Tiger Woods. There is only one on the LIV Tour, and that's Harold Varner. And there are currently only 3 on the Corn Ferry Tour. As far as the LPGA, that's even worse. There's only been 8 women in the history of the LPGA that has had a status card. That means you get to play on the tour. And there's only currently 1 Black female, and that's Mariah Stackhouse, who is currently playing. As far as golf professionals, that's usually those who are coaches or teach. There are only, out of 30,000, there are about 150 Black PGA professionals. Now, back in the day, the only job that we could get on a golf course was a caddy. And today, those jobs are 6-figure jobs. There are only 25 Black caddies on all the professional tours. There are 14,000 golf facilities. There are no Black owned. There are 16,000 golf courses. There's only 1 Black owned, and that's in Ohio by Renee Powell. Interesting enough, and back in 1921, the very first Black owned and operated golf course was here in New Jersey, that's Shady Rest, and that's in Scotch Plains. But today it's not Black owned anymore, it's owned by the township. That was a 9-hole course. The second, there was another course in South Jersey that was Freeway, and that was the first 18-hole Black owned and operated course in the country that's also closed. Black course architects. So there are maybe 10 in the entire country. And when it comes to Black owned equipment and apparel companies, there may be only 10. Next slide, please. So the problem that we want to solve is that there are 4 barriers for underserved and underrepresented youth in golf, and that's access. It's expensive to play on the course. Rancocas right now is charging $72 to play golf, and it's very expensive if you want to play a couple times through the week. There's relevance. So most programs, there's no bridge between careers. It's just about possibly learning how to play the game of golf. Belonging, if you go to, we've had the opportunity to go to the LPGA, you don't see women that look like you. There's now a brand new tour, it's called the Sapphire Tour, and it's all Black and brown women. And we've taken our students to it, and it's a game changer for them. And then sustain costs. Next slide, please. So we're proposing a new category, and what we're proposing does not exist. Existing programs usually serve families who already have the means to pay. It's recreational only. There's no career connection, no STEAM or STEM curriculum, no environmental component, and no workforce training. And what we're proposing is what we do already with our Swing to Tee Golf is that we provide instruction and mentorship. When our students get 16, we teach them how to be junior instructors. So they're mentoring all the younger golfers. When we talk about career pathways, there's 6 parts of this industry that we talk to our students about, and that's one of the other things that we will bring to this program. We integrate STEAM into our program. Environmental science will be on site, and there will be paid internships at the facility. Next slide, please. So what we're building is there will be 2 par 3s. One will be elevated and one will be L-shaped. There will be a number of sand traps and a water bunker. So that when they go out to play, they'll have experiences. There's a number of different types of sand. So they'll have opportunity to play and learn how to get their ball out of different types of sand and to get over the sand bunker, which is something we have difficulty doing now because it's very difficult to teach golf at our golf course because you have other people that are playing and you cannot slow up what they call the course of play. The ranger will come, either get you off the course or tell you have to move. So it's difficult. We'll have 5 days that are portable. So we'll be able to take them up if we need more room for classes. So we'll be able to take them up. There will be a biofiltration pond and bunker. So that's where all the stormwater will go. There's going to be green infrastructure. It'll actually be a science classroom because you'll be able to take water samples in the pond. There's going to be a putting green and a community space where parents can sit to watch their children or watch whomever is playing. There'll be LED sports lights, so they'll be able to play after dark. Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Mike.
Good evening, all. So as Pat mentioned, this is a unique experience that we're presenting. And this is not a recreation program, which is what most people would think about. This is really a workforce pipeline. And golf acts as the vehicle where careers are the destination. And so if you look at the chart that we've put together for you, we start with golf instruction. We weave in STEAM, and when we say STEAM, we're talking about science, technology, engineering, athletics, or arts. It depends on who you talk to about that. Our colleague Fred tends to talk about athletics here, and we also include mathematics. It's part of the curriculum that we'll be moving forward. Another key component of that is the mentorship and the internship. So we'll be working with community leaders and business leaders to ensure that they open their doors and invite our students in to take on those internships, which will lead ultimately to a variety of different career pathways, which we've outlined for you at the bottom of the screen. So you're talking about careers that involve such areas as sports management, turf and land management, which our students would gain from having worked on the facility that we're describing. We talked about STEM, so you can see that engineering and design would also be a part of that. Next slide, please. A key component of this initiative is metrics. We thought about that. We know that that would be coming up. And the metrics that we're presenting to you now are not activity metrics. These are metrics that are really based on outcomes. I know some of you may be able to see it in the back, so I'll just give you an example, a couple of the ones that we're looking at. So youth reach is one of the results that we're including in the process, and that is enrolled youth from households which is less than or equal to 200% of poverty. Right? And our year 1 target is 75 youth per cycle. So that's the way we've thought about this process. It's not just a matter of who attends or just having checklists, but we want to provide a gauge and a way to really be able to track this whole environment as we move forward so that as sponsors, for example, are looking at the program, trying to figure out exactly what we're accomplishing and what we're measuring. We've figured that out and we've put it in this program so it's easy to follow. Next slide. So this is public land that we're talking about, and a maximum investment in efficiency and impact is where our focus is. The land is already there. You know, it's not like we have to go and secure it from other places. And we also recognize the importance of economic development as part of this. Now, the key point that I really want to drive home here is the very component on the right, which is community assets in any scenario. So if the program, for whatever reason, ever ends, the building and the improvements remain as community assets. I want to make sure that folks understand that, because part of what I've heard and part of what we continue to hear is they somehow think that we're going to be asking for the council for those funds. That's not the case. So it's a win-win situation for you. I'm sorry?
Continue, sir.
So our project investment, as we've anticipated, understanding some of the fluctuations associated with this. On the low end, we're looking at roughly 1.3 million. On the high end, we're estimating roughly 2 million. We have a 20% contingency, and as I noted, there's a 0% expectation from the township associated with this, and the land will be owned, or is owned and will continue to be owned by the municipality. And some of the components that you see listed here are the ones that Pat highlighted earlier. And the ranges you'll see are also taken into account with a lot of the fluctuations associated with the resources and components that we have to consider when we think about what needs to be included in the process. So what's our proven delivery? Part of it is the fact that leading this whole initiative is Pat. She's been around in Willingboro for many years. She's a staple in the community, and she's been able to drive a program that many students, and many of them I've talked to, and I'm not from the area, really enjoy the fact that they've not only been able to be a part of a sports program, but also that she has given them life skills, and she's given them a reason to really feel part of the process. Was not just about the sport, but it's about the whole education and what they could do with their lives going forward, which is why this organization can deliver. It focuses on the community trust that she's established. She's mission-driven in the process. And I talked a little bit about the metrics, and we really have 10 key performance indicators that are really driving results associated with this culture, which ultimately drives us to the last point where we have operational clarity, because Edu Sports Academy operates and maintains everything, and the township does not carry any overhead. So this is a partnership opportunity. It's not a request for charity. It's an invitation to co-create something that has never existed in New Jersey. I emphasize never. So what does that look like? It involves capital grants, named sponsorships. So organizations and individuals who are looking to place their name on some of the key components or some of the key areas of the facility can do that. We'll be looking for in-kind contribution in the form of equipment, materials, professional services. Thankfully, we have a colleague as part of our whole network who is going to be driving that whole initiative for us. I talked a bit about mentorship, but internships are particularly important, and the kinds of relationships that we're establishing with businesses will allow for those interns to be serviced within not only the Willingboro area, but the greater South Jersey community. And we're also interested in connectors. So as you look at this and you think about the impact that it could have, and you know of individuals who may be interested in participating, we ask that you reach for us, because this is something that we really believe is a game changer. Okay.
We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation. And I just want to emphasize to you that we had our students involved in this from the very beginning. The first two renderings that were done by two of our students who took drafting in high school. So we wanted them to be a part of this. And then the artist rendering was also done by a Willingboro resident. So what we need is a partner willing to believe, as we do, that a golf club in the hands of an underserved, unrepresented child, paired with a real education and a real career pathway, is one of the most powerful investments a community can make. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay Harvey. Are there any questions from council? Dr. Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Lindsay Harvey, I was wondering what other locations are you considering for this type of project?
There wasn't, this is the only one that was brought to us that we looked at. We did look at where we currently practice, but the fact that it's going to have netting around it wasn't going to make it very appealing for the front of the JFK Center. So further back would be more desirable.
Okay.
That was brought to us.
Were there other places in Willingboro at all? I know you said not.
No, hadn't looked at any place else.
Okay. And what is the construction timeline for something like this?
Probably would take a year to be finished from start to finish.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and Ms. Lindsay Harvey, the only contribution you're looking for from the council is the land.
That's it.
So the operation.
We're raising all the funds.
Oh, you'll raise all the
raise it all.
funds for the operations and the maintenance of the facility.
Yes.
Okay, and that's in perpetuity
Yep.
of the facility.
Perpetuity. Yep. We didn't want any impact on taxpayers at all.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, in terms of, programmatically, is that something that, how would that, or what is your vision in terms of how that works with Willingboro Recreation and Wellness, and Swing to Tea? Like, how do you
Well,
envision something like that?
Swing Tea would continue exactly the way it does, except now it would be in a different space where we'd be able to teach a lot more.
Okay, so and who does the like the?
The township does the registration, the rec department does the registration.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. All right. We'll go on to, I think that concludes the presentations, Mr. Harris, for today. All right, so we'll go on to the explanation of the agenda items.
Being presented to you this evening for your consideration is ordinance number 2026-2020 or 22, which is an ordinance to establish compensation benefits and other policies for non-union employees, unclassified employees, elected officials of the Township of Willingboro. What we are proposing is just essentially adding some titles that were not previously in the ordinance, like the director or like the human resource manager, the senior center manager, and the performing arts utility manager, and removing some titles that are being considered under the ASME contract that were previously under the ordinance. Ordinance number 2026-23 is a bond ordinance providing for the replacement of the stormwater outfall pipe at Plumtree Lane by the Township of Willingboro, and appropriating $195,000 for that, and authorizing the issuance of $185,000 in bonds and notes to finance part of the cost thereof. Ordinance number 2026-24 is a bond ordinance providing for the improvement of various municipal buildings in the Township of Willingboro. This was the ESIP program that we implemented a few years ago, appropriated $3,925,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $3,738,000 in bonds or notes. When we had initially authorized this project, we were supposed to go to the local finance board and get authorization to provide refunding bonds. Because of discrepancy in the procedure, that was not done, so we needed to go ahead and reissue the bonds again for that particular project. Resolution number 2026-147 is a resolution authorizing the approval of vouchers for payment and ratification. Resolution number 148 is a resolution canceling old outstanding checks and reconciling those items back into our finances. Resolution 2026-149 is a resolution authorizing a refund for the overpayment of taxes. Resolution number 150 is to amend the adopted budget for additional items of revenue and offsetting appropriations, which is called a Chapter 159, to include a local improvement grant from 2026 in the amount of $550,000 for work to improve Shawmont, Shetland, and Sheffield lanes. So this project will begin in 2026, and we are just incorporating those grant revenues into our budget. Resolution number 151 is a resolution to amend the adopted budget, adding additional items of revenue and offsetting appropriations. That is for a 2026 capital grant in the amount of $122,000, which was given to us to purchase equipment for our EMS services. We did purchase 2 stretchers and 2 Lucas devices, which are automatic chest compression devices for persons who may need them in emergency situations. And we are still on track to buy 1 more of those, and those $122,000 funds will have been expended. Resolution number 151 is another resolution to amend the adopted budget to include, we just did 151, I'm sorry. 152, for the creation of the Utility Fund 2026 budget. This establishes the budget for the Performing Arts Utility Fund for the remainder of 2026 to appropriate $148,863 in revenue and to appropriate $148,863 in expenses. It is designed to be a self-funding utility where there should be no capital or no impact on the residents as long as our revenue meets our expenses. If we, by chance, we go over, any additional revenues would be filtered into Myrna for the municipality as unreceived or unplanned for revenue. But the reverse of that is if we do not meet our revenue projections, then we would be required to make up the shortfall in subsequent budgets. Resolution number 153 is a resolution to renew our membership in the Professional Municipal Management Joint Insurance Fund. That is the fund that covers all of our municipal property insurance, vehicle insurance, and those types of insurances for the township. We are due to renew in December of 2026, and I don't think we have a bill yet for 2027. Resolution number 154 is a resolution authorizing the township to execute an agreement to procure staging and related services at the 2026 Jazz Festival. We are going to be contracting with the Zia Group for the stage and other equipment in an amount not to exceed $19,539. Resolution number 155 is a resolution authorizing the township to enter an agreement with Commercial Interiors Direct, also known as CID. They are a contracted participant in the New Jersey State Approved Purchasing Cooperative, and we are going to be acquiring the flooring and carpeting for installation at the Willingboro Public Library. Resolution number 156 is a resolution authorizing the Township of Willingboro to enter into a contract with MRC Incorporated, which also is the contract participant in the ESC&J cooperative system for the acquisition of bathroom services at Jake's Place. This was the last component that was required by Green Acres, that we make provisions for bathrooms at Jake's Place before we can finalize those plans and move towards construction. And after considerations, we'll be acquiring self-cleaning bathrooms where we set this infrastructure and then they will come in place like a prefab type, but the bathrooms will lock down periodically throughout the day and perform a self-cleaning process. We have visualized or went down to go see them work. They're installed at a couple of parks in Camden County, and it was a wonderful operation. And from a cost perspective, it was less expensive than building a brick and mortar building from the ground up. So we went with the prefab self-cleaning bathroom model. Resolution number 157 is a resolution authorizing the township to enter into a contract with Lumar Roofing Company Incorporated. We are contracting with them to repair the roof of the tennis court pavilions in Mill Creek Park, which are in really bad shape. Resolution 158 is a resolution authorizing to amend, resolution number 2026-56 to update the proposal pricing from SHI, which is a contract participant also in the New Jersey Cooperative Purchasing Alliance. That's to provide some upgrades to the township server room, switches, cables, connections, and things of that nature. Resolution number 159 is authorizing change order number 2 and final, increasing the original contract price and authorizing the acceptance of the project and final payment to Paving Plus LLC for the completion of the roadway improvements to Edge Lane. That contract price will be increasing by $16,462.21. However, this is the second change order. The first change order we approved decreased that price by $17,410. So even with this increase into that contract price, we're still slightly by a couple of $100 below the original contract costs. Resolution number 160 is a resolution authorizing a contract to Gentili Motors, which is a participant in the New Jersey State Approved Purchasing Cooperative, to purchase 2 2026 Chevy Tahoes for the police department, which were included in our capital budget for this year. Resolution number 161 is a resolution authorizing the township to increase the approved 2026 contract value amount for the Multi-Temp Mechanical Incorporated, which is a contract participant in the New Jersey State Approved Purchasing Cooperative for representative services and maintenance of our township's HVAC units. You did allow us to enter into a service contract with Multi-Temp Mechanical, who went and did extensive evaluation of our HVAC systems on all of our buildings, which have not been adequately maintained over the years, and we are proposing some major repairs and modifications to those systems, most of which, or some of which, will be funded through our capital expenditures, and some of them will be funded through our O&E expenditures. Resolution number 161 is a resolution to authorizing the extension of a contract for social services program to the Beloved Project, who began operating in Willingboro last year. I did provide her report and the updated MOU for your review and consideration. Resolution number 162 is a resolution, I'm sorry, that was 162. 163 is a resolution appointing members to various boards and commissions. Resolution 164 is a resolution granting the township manager a permanent residency waiver. Resolution 165 is a resolution determining that the absence of council members from the July 7th, 2026 Township Council meeting shall not be deemed excused. Resolution 2026-166 is a resolution determining that the absence of the council member from the August 4th, 2026 Township Council meeting shall not be deemed excused. Resolution 2026-167 is a resolution granting the approval to submit and execute a grant with the NJDOT for the fiscal year 2027 municipal improvement to Evergreen Drive. That is just authorization to submit the grant application, and if it is approved, then to execute. And resolution number 168 is a resolution authorizing the settlement of disputed professional service claims with Pennoni Associates Incorporated relating to Phase 2 of the Kennedy Center Performing Arts Improvement Project. We had, Pennoni had performed work in preparation of moving that project forward that we did not officially contract with them, And in alignment with that, there was about $90,000 of change orders associated with that project, which we did not necessarily agree with because we believe that most of those requests were included in their contract or were changes that they made without our prior authorization or approval. And there was a major discrepancy regarding the sound system. Our legal counsel in the township met with their legal counsel and their representatives, and Pannoni has determined that they will give Willingboro a $100,000 credit to that project. So their claim of $338,000 was reduced to $228,000. If you will authorize the settlement of that agreement, and then we will prepare settlement agreements with Pannoni. And those are all the items being presented to you for your consideration this evening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris. At this time, we'll go into public comment for agenda items only. This is the first public comment. You'll have 2 minutes to discuss any item just explained by Mr. Harris or present on the agenda. Public comment is now open. Also, there are comment cards in the back. If we should need to get back to you after the meeting, please provide your contact information to the clerk so that we are able to get in contact with you.
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
I wanted to bring to your attention, I did receive a few concerned phone calls from the public, from the community of Willingboro, that once they have to come to the podium and give their full address and name, they feel that it's dangerous for them. And so I did explain to them that you do have the cards, and that also initially the addresses and your names was literally to get back to you if we needed to contact you. However, for your own safety, I'm recommending that they do not have to give their door number of their house, but they could recommend they can say their street name or their park if they so choose to. I think it's optional, like they don't have to give their full address, right?
Well, I only have been asking for their name since we put the cards into process.
Okay, so we agree that they don't have to pull their whole address when they come.
Yes, they just have to give their name.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Ready? Sarah Holly, 9 Tyone Lane. And just for everyone to know, I don't fill out that card anyway because we give our address. See, I don't know why we have to do that unless you guys are tracking us. Okay, first of all, regarding the percentage that you gave for the county taxes, that's an overall percentage, but I know the percentage here as it relates to county taxes is much lower because we don't pay a library tax here in Willingboro. So the overall percentage that you gave, ours is lower than that. And Ms. Whitfield is always telling us that our taxes have remained the same. So we learned tonight that that's not true. As it relates to the golf program, if we're giving free land to a nonprofit and salaries are being paid out of that nonprofit, that's a problem. And to hear that the presentation was not presented in any of the other municipalities that can afford golf program, why in the heck was it just bought here for Willingboro taxpayers to consider it? My taxes just went up for the third quarter, it's $403. I don't want to supplement any more nonprofits in town. Get a job. Okay, the other part is I want to question Resolution 2026, 165 and 166. This says that this council person is not excused. The question with that is he still getting paid? Or is he still just sitting in Fort Dix jail, getting paid, prison, thank you, getting paid with the taxpayers' money? If that's the case, something needs to be done about it. In addition to that, you council people waited until August to deal with a situation where this council person was sentenced, okay, was convicted January 27th, and was also sentenced in
Ms. Holly,
June
your time is
2nd.
up.
I know my time is always up. June 2nd. You all need
Thank
to
you,
do
Ms.
your
Holly.
fiduciary
Ms.
responsibility
Holly.
and take care of
Thank you, Ms. Holly.
the
Your time is
taxpayer
up.
situation like that.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
yeah,
Holly. Your
my
time is
time's
up.
always up, but I'll be back for the 4 minutes. It's ridiculous in here.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Williams, and I reside at 170 Clubhouse Drive. I've been there for 31 years. My concern here and contention here is about the $600 increase. I understand that for those who have their homes already paid off, they get the $600. My husband is retired, and I am also semi-retired. I'm doing my master's program at the library where you can't find a seat. The homeless people have all the seats in the library. They are there. We are all 2 or 3 paychecks away from being homeless. So I am not saying that I'm better than them, but there is something we need to do to make accommodation for these people. They practically live there. I spent all my day in the library doing my master's program. One, I know I have 2 minutes. The second thing is that I was arrested in Willingboro, 1996, when Marie Bell was Josh. That woman had a relationship with the high school. Mr. Tall will make sure that any lateness accommodate with more than 3 or 12, the parents will be arrested. I was arrested. $1,000 fine because my daughter didn't go to school on time. Wait a minute.
Ms.
We're
Williams,
talking about the
is this
school.
an agenda? Is
It
this an
is
agenda
on the school because the school prices went up. So it is connected. Let me finish. Because of that, I was detained at Memorial School for 6 weeks consecutively with other parents. Now, I taught within Willingboro School and BCIT for 9 years as a long-term substitute teacher. So I know the school system. The students, we voted for the students to wear uniform. Today, they go to school with pajamas. If you want to carry the prices up, then you need to get the judge to be involved with the school system so the children to wear uniform and look like students, not nightgown, pajamas going to school. That's the main point I have. Sorry, I live in Country Club. We do not have a sign. Hold on a minute. We
Ms.
do not
Williams,
have a
your
sign.
time
Wait,
is
hold
up.
on.
Ms.
My
Williams,
hand is not up. We do not have a sign.
is up.
I know, we do not have a sign in Country
We
Club.
can,
Country
we have
Club,
a
it
second,
starts with
Ms. Williams.
E. Listen to
Ms.
me.
Williams,
Let
we
me
have a
finish up.
second public comment where you were able to have.
Let me just finish this last point.
I'm sorry, Ms. Williams.
But I was this
Sir,
on my way out.
Sorry, Ms. Williams.
Listen,
Time is up.
Country Club does not
Time
have
is
a
up.
sign.
You'll have to
Yeah.
back. You'll have
Okay, and the sign, you're wasting our taxes.
Williams.
We don't even have a sign.
Ms. Williams.
Just hold on. Just hold on. Okay? We don't have a sign. Okay, I know. But okay, I'll come back. Yeah. You don't have a sign up there, and it's Country Club, and you don't have a sign. Nobody can cut off. We don't have a sign. Yes, we don't have a sign. You have to.
Just a reminder that this public comment is for agenda items only. We will have a second public comment where you'll get 4 minutes for general items.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is, Robert Jackson. I live at 60 Marshall Lane. I got two issues. The first one is, since 2016, I've been trying to get my apron and sidewalk replaced. I stepped to Barry. Barry was the township manager. When Barry left, I stepped to that young lady that took his spot. Before Vogel retired, I saw Vogel 2 or 3 times. Now, beginning of last year, I called Public Works, the young lady that answers the phone. She put me on, she gave me an extension to call. I left a message. This is 2025. This year, January this year, I did the same thing. I left a message. Nobody ever got back to me. You understand? Now,
Mr. Jackson, is this considering a agenda item? Or is this a general complaint?
Oh, no, no, this is a general complaint, but, I do have an agenda item.
Can you do
Right.
the agenda item first and come back to the general
Yeah.
complaint after?
Well,
In the 4 minutes?
this concerns the taxes.
Okay, go ahead. The
Yeah.
next item.
Number one, a question. Does the council, the Board of Education and the municipal people, do you guys get together and bump heads?
Yes.
Well, evidently, you need to bump more heads with the Board of Education. Because the simple fact, the people that are striving, especially this new complex they wanted to build, they didn't do their homework. And plus the fact, the people that were really striving to try to get this thing done, they ain't there.
That's your time, Mr.
You know, it's like a revolving door in the upper echelon of the Board of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Your time is up.
Good evening, council. My name is Julie Van, and I live at 32 Glover Lane in Willingboro, New Jersey, and I have two comments. I heard a young lady talk about the taxes. My taxes went up 23.3%, and I was not notified that this was going to happen. And I don't think it's fair to the people who live in Willingboro. I'm a senior citizen. I've been here 48 years. And I don't think it's fair how the taxes went up and we weren't notified. That's number one. Number two, on this agenda, it says that you're going to, the resolution granting township manager a permanent resident waiver. In the past, how a waiver was done was it came to y'all, then it went to the 33,000 members of Willingboro Township to see what they had to say about it. Then a vote was taken. So why is this on here like once you decide that's just what it's going to be? When this town was built on people who live in this town was supposed to get the employment. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vita.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Marcus King, 135 Torrington Lane. I want to speak on Resolution 164. I do know that from the previous meeting, there was some decisions made about the residency of the township manager. And it's my understanding that council helped in the matter of seeking a resident and put some money in place to help with that end. In this resolution, I don't know if those monies were paid back, whether he is obligated to pay them back. But moreover, I'm more concerned that if we do this, then what stops any other resident in town that has an issue come before you and you say yes? I think sometimes we just have to, whether council or residents disagree, I think sometimes we have to make a stand on what is the right thing to do. So I'm asking that you table this matter and revisit it, and also give us some indication of whether those monies were repaid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Good evening.
Can you state your name, please?
Respectfully, I'm a concerned citizen, resident in Willingboro, and I reside on Taxpayer Lane.
You have to state your name, ma'am.
I'll provide my card. Go ahead and information. So as a Willingboro resident for more than 40 years, I am here this evening to express several concerns about the township's governance, public meetings, allocations of resources, and delivery of essential services. Recent discussions and decisions have created the appearance that rising taxes are not being appropriated properly, while services are showing at an all-time decline. I respectfully request clear public responses to each of my concerns. I know I'm not going to get through it all in the short period of time that I'm here, but I do want to speak on the agenda item regarding the township manager. And I want to let you know that I oppose to you revising the ordinance that requires the township manager and council members to reside in the community they serve. Those who make decisions affecting Willingboro should experience the same consequences from those decisions as residents and taxpayers. Would this change, if passed, affect residency requirements for other township officials? How do you vote on proposals you make at meetings that just move directly to council for a vote? Where is our say? Please share whether the residents' opinions count. Now, I'll leave it at that and I'll come back for my 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Mallory. I just wanted to address the tax increase. My increase is $471.92. So my question is this for the remainder of the year, each quarter? Is this what the increase is going to be? And also, the gentleman spoke about assessments have not changed. So I'm assuming that the reason the taxes went up is because the rates changed. So I appreciate the presentation that we got, but it's a concern, especially for those of us who are on fixed incomes and having to have an increase without an explanation. So going forward, I think it would be a great idea if we are informed that this is going to happen and why this is going to happen. Because part of the presentation, and I have my tax paper with me for 2025, and the rates that were given are not the rates that are on this sheet. So it is a concern.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. Is there any other public comment?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Margaret Jackson. I live on Country Club Road. My concern is also about the tax increase. A big portion is for the school. My question is this. There are many of these group homes or whatever you call them, okay, that are being allowed into Willingboro. I understand that we cannot discriminate. I am not discriminating because I believe every person deserves a decent place to live. Now, my question is this. Those children that are attending Willingboro schools, are they being subsidized tax-wise by the state of New Jersey, or is it by the residents of Willingboro? And if that's the case, why is that allowed to happen? I'll be back.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. If that is all, public comment is now closed. We'll address these first public comment issues that were brought to the podium. First, we'll talk about the taxes. There were a number of questions and concerns about the taxes. So, Mr. Harris, if you could just have Ms. Diggs come to the podium so that we can discuss um, some of those issues. So, Ms. Diggs, some of the issues that were brought to light is that the tax rate that you presented in your presentation was not the same as the tax rate that appears on some people's tax bills. Can you explain that?
Respectfully, Madam Mayor, I don't know which tax bill, is being looked at because we don't, the estimated tax bills that are sent out don't have rates on there.
Can you speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. They don't, yeah, the estimated tax bills don't have the rates because they are not finalized. So, I don't know what's being looked at, but what I presented here is exactly what the rates were from 2022 to present.
Okay, so if residents have questions about their specific tax rate, they can
call.
contact you. Can you just
Extension,
share extension?
609-877-2200, extension 1001.
All right, and there was another question about the county taxes and how we don't pay the library portion of the county tax because we have our own library tax.
Okay, so the local rate, the local rate is comprised of the municipal and library. We have a library within our town, so when you see the local tax rate, that includes the library portion. But we don't pay, wherever the county gives, is the county. But our local portion includes municipal and the local public library that's in the town.
Okay. They're saying, does the tax rate that you explained on your presentation include the library tax portion for the county
Oh, so
that we don't pay?
yeah, no, we don't pay the.
What wasn't included in the numbers in
No,
your?
what the county send us is what we put in there. So is the county has the open space.
Open
in the
space
county,
there.
That's it, yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
that, the numbers and the figures that you presented do not include the county library tax.
No,
Okay.
it's open space in county.
There was also a question about the timing of the notification that tax rates are going up. I know we do have some discussion about the proposed tax rate during the budget introduction. But are residents notified before the anticipated tax bills that there'll be increase in taxes?
I know statutorily, there's a time frame that the estimated tax bills are sent out. So, what's it?
Ms. Diggs?
I'm 20. So there's a statutory time frame that the estimated tax bills are sent out until you have the final rate from the county. Once the municipality has adopted the budget and we're aware of what the tax is going to be, we are allowed statutory to then send out estimated tax bill, but you can't do it prior to that.
Okay, so it's 25 days that they have,
Yes.
that they're noticed before the taxing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but it also is, the proposed changes are discussed, at least on the municipal side during the budget.
During the budget process, yes, ma'am.
I think that might be it. Council, is that all on taxes? Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Diggs, for your comments.
You're welcome.
The last thing I will say on comments, Mr. Jackson, you asked, do the school district and the council bump heads on the tax rates? I will say yes, we do quite often. We discuss very thoroughly what our opinions on are some of the proposed projects that they are doing. But some of the ones that are put through, namely the bond referendum, are also supported by the residents through a vote. So that particular tax rate, or tax increase, was endorsed by the residents in a special election. But overall, the increases, we do discuss their increases. And I know many of you are upset about the tax rate changes. As you saw in the presentation, we are now at 1.9. 5 years ago, we were at 1.8, which we have tried very diligently to keep the tax rate stable, even lowered it for a year, and then slowly increased back up to the rate that we started at. And then this is the first year in the past 5 years that we've had an increase since the tax rate 5 years ago. The school board, as you saw, it does not have the same story. And I encourage you and I implore you to please, please go to their meeting and express your concerns at their meetings. Here in Willingboro, our elected officials also include the school board members. Those are members that are elected by you, the people, to steward over our school districts and to manage the school budget. So I understand and we welcome the complaints here at the municipal council meeting, but the school budget comes from the school board, who is also elected. All right, we also had some questions about the 165 and 66, the council person, that we have 2 resolutions for unexcused absences. As you can see, one of our council members is not present tonight. It is media news that there's some legal issues that are going on. Unfortunately, council's hands are very limited in the steps that we can take in removing this council person, because he is a duly elected council person by the people. We just had elections last year. This case has been going on for 2 years, and this council person was reelected and reseated January 1st of this year to continue serving in this seat. The sentence did come down afterwards, but he was just reelected to serve in this seat. As he was duly elected by the people, the council, unless there is an abundance of absences, which is why we are recording absences, we cannot remove a council person for that reason, unless there is a petition from the residents, or there is an absence, he meets the absence requirements from missing of duty. Because of the conviction, the forfeiture or the ordinance of, or the order of forfeiture would have to come from the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office or the Attorney General's office. And I'll have our solicitor talk a little bit more about the process that is happening currently.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to note that at this point, last week, the county prosecutor filed a verified complaint and order to show cause, meaning that the defendant would have an opportunity to come back in on a date certain set by the court. So the judge set a return date of 9/11, and he gave an opportunity for the council person to file a response to the brief that's pending and complaint that's pending through the county prosecutor's office. And he has to respond by August 28th. The county prosecutor then has an opportunity to respond by September 4th. And the hearing is set down for 9/11 for the court to determine whether the office will be forfeit or not.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. I'll say that I too am frustrated by this issue. We have limited levers that we can pull as the council, and we are taking those actions in the way that we can. I personally believe that the county prosecutor's office should have started this process when the conviction happened, and not have waited until the sentencing. But that is not the case. And as long we only have currently, we're taking all the steps necessary on our end, and we are delayed because of the prosecutor's office. There were some questions about the school system, about the students being subsidized in the school system with our tax dollars. And once again, I'll direct those questions to the school board because they oversee the school budget. We also had a question about Resolution 164 about the residency waiver. We had some extensive discussion about this issue and some guidance from Labor Council. Mr. Holt, how much of that can be shared in public? Okay, can you share what we can share?
Yes, there was discussion with Labor Council, who indicated that based on a state statute, there was the opportunity or ability for the governing body, if it so choose, to waive the residency for the manager.
Okay, and there was also a question about, or a direct question about the monies, the incentive that was given for moving into town.
So the discussion centered on the ability for the manager to move into town at the point that he was initially employed, and there was incentive given to him. And Labor Council indicated that the way the incentive was drafted, that at this point, the manager had satisfied the requirement.
Okay. Also, there was a question about the process and whether the residents are required to vote on a change of that change.
That was not noted at the time as a mandatory item.
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman
regarding this topic, with regards to Mr. Harris, I do want to bring back to your attention that Mr. Harris had elected to have this matter heard before the public. And we then discussed in the public. We had a takeaway. We appointed committee people, which consisted of 2 people, myself and Madam McIntosh, Councilman McIntosh. We presented reports, as you noted here. I'm going to pause right there real quick. My report should be attached to this, and so should Councilman McIntosh's report. I know you said that we submitted a report, but it's not here. No different than when we attach other things with resolutions such as this. Now, with that said, we did have 2 opposing decisions. I was not in favor, and I will discuss it later when we get to the agenda item, but I want to speak to the matters of township managers' salary and wages, which is, I'm reading from the budget. Okay. According to the resolution that's in this packet, it says he was hired December 2021. You can see here, I'm looking at township manager salaries and wages, which consist of the entire department. Okay, in 2021, it was at $249,000. Then in 2022, it's $433,000. Then in 2023, it's $493,000. Then in 2024, it's $646,000. Then in 2025, it's $612,000. And what was requested for 2026 is $730,000. That is just for one man's department. So what I'm saying is, and we'll discuss it when we get to the item. How is it that he says it's too expensive to live in Willingboro, but yet we pay his salary? That's unethical. And yes, it should go before the people. Absolutely. That is a major decision. And I don't believe that the four of us should make that decision on whether or not we continue to pay his salary. And he says it's too expensive for him to live here, but yet he built a whole building in his office. He built another room in his office, which cost the township money, didn't ask the council. You remember that? All construction, who paid for it? We did. We did, okay? So it's things like that where this is not something, and we'll talk about it when we get this. I'm gonna pause there because I know it's on the agenda item, but I do want to bring that to the floor, and I feel like we can talk about this because it was his decision to bring it before the public, and we started off in the public, so we should continue in the public. That's it.
All right. I do just want to clarify the figures that were expressed did not just contain the township manager's salary. They include all of the employees within that office. And over the time, we did have a restructuring of some of the departments in the township, and employees were added under the township manager's office that were floating in other places. So that is why there were sharp increases in the salary. The township manager's salary did not increase. The township manager's salary didn't increase at that rate. It included the entire department. Okay. All right. I think that was it for the ones that concerned agenda items. So we will move on to the approval of our ordinances. Deputy Clerk?
I'd like to open up the public hearing for ordinance 26-22, an ordinance to establish compensation, benefits, and other policies for non-union employees, unclassified employees, and elected officials of the Township of Willingboro. Anyone wishing to come forward to speak on this ordinance, please do so.
Here I go again. When you three, McIntosh, Whitfield, and Worthy, when you were first elected, the second meeting you voted on was to give yourself a salary. And every time the township workers who work 40 hours a week get an increase in their salary, you get the same increase. Yeah, you do, because that's why it says elected officials. Read the ordinance, it says elected officials. It doesn't separate. It does not separate. And you know, the people of Willingboro, we're really not stupid. That's what the ordinance says. If it's not true, then let's just separate you elected officials out, and everything will be just fine. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none,
I'd like,
public comment or the public hearing on ordinance 2026-22 is now closed.
yes. Can I get a motion to adopt ordinance 26-2022?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Discussion? I have a point of discussion. I do just want to point out that in this ordinance, it is separated in the ordinance that the township council does not receive the increases as the employees do. So, Mr. Harris, would you be able to point that portion out?
So the township council salary is a number that is established by ordinance, where our salaries will increase by a percentage upon approval. The township council's salary is a stated figure in the ordinance, and that figure has not changed for 2 years.
Is it here so I can read it, sir? I don't see it yet. Please help me locate it.
On page 2, established and fixed salaries for elected officials, mayor, $19,679.04, deputy mayor, $18,941.40, council persons, $18,257.02. It's on page 2 of the ordinance. Right at the top of page 2, section B.
And also in under 3-151 salaries and wages, A2, it also states that the governing body may authorize increases that are lower than the COLA or that exceed the COLA, and for the increases to take effect, a resolution setting the percentage each increase would have to be adopted by the governing body. Adjustments for fixed salaries shall be increased by ordinance at the discretion of the governing body. So it is not automatic, an automatic 3% increase. All right, call the roll.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
I'd like to open up the public comment for ordinance 26-23, titled A Bond Ordinance Providing for the Replacement of the Stormwater Outfall Pipe at Plum Tree Lane in and by the Township of Willingboro and the County of Burlington, New Jersey, appropriating $195,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $185,400 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof. Anyone wishing to speak on this ordinance, please do so.
This is on ordinance 2026-23. Deputy Clerk.
Okay. Seeing no public comment, I'd like to close the public comment, public hearing. Can I get a motion to finally adopt ordinance 26-23?
Second. Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Any discussion? Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
I'd look to open up the public hearing for ordinance 26-24, a bond ordinance providing for the improvements of various municipal buildings in and by the Township of Willingboro and the County of Burlington, New Jersey, appropriating $3,925,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $3,738,000 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof. Anyone wishing to speak on this ordinance, please do so.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. In regards to the
Can you
ordinance.
state your name, please?
Wanda Green.
Thank you.
You need my address too, or no? Okay. In regards to ordinance 2026-24, for the $3,925,000, and then you're authorizing the issuance of $3,730,000. Are we able to get a complete breakdown of what that will be contributed to and what it's for before it's approved?
Mr. Harris.
It's for the financing of the ESIP program, which was approved by the council in 2024, I believe.
Is there a list of the breakdown?
I would have to bring out the whole ESIP program that involved some RTU roof unit replacements. I believe it was 14 units at the JFK Center. It involved weatherizing all of our municipal buildings. It included a $700,000 heating and air conditioning replacement in the library, some works at the Department of Public Works, and installation of LED lighting and other types of components along that nature.
Ms. Green, if you
Yes.
contact the manager's office, he'll be able to get you.
And what's the phone number for the township manager here?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the number I need to call, sir?
29 extension 1035.
And what's the phone number?
609
Uh-huh.
877 2200.
Do I ask for you directly or leave a message?
1035 is the extension.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not a public speaker and you normally don't see me here. As you see, I walk with a cane, so I have a disability. I'm one of those residents who bring up and complain about the absence of the virtual accessibility. It's very disheartening to hear you all talking about these expenditures that are going up, but you can't address that. I think this is the only meeting that does not have virtual accessibility. And for people like me and people who are worse off than me, who are paying these taxes, we deserve to have that accessibility. So I would like to hopefully hear you all amend some of this to include that, because it was spoken about before and seems to have just dropped off. So please address that.
Thank you. There's no other public comment. Madam Deputy Clerk, you can close the public hearing.
Seeing no other comments, the public hearing is closed. Can I get a motion to finally adopt ordinance 26-24?
So moved. Second. Moved by Councilwoman Perron, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Roll call.
Well, discussion, are we gonna have
Discussion?
Yes.
A discussion.
Because my question was similar to one of the residents. I find that we should have had the breakdown of the figures a part of this packet. So for me, I'm not going to vote and move forward with this at this time. You mentioned some pretty important things that seem that need to be done, but I'd like for it to be a part of this before I vote yay or nay on it. So for me, I'd like to table this until we have all of the material that speaks to the information that Mr. Harris just rolled off of his memory.
All right, Mr. Harris, can you explain one more time?
No, Madam
where-
Mayor, I was asking, can we table it?
I understand. I understand what your question was. Mr. Harris, can you just explain one more time the origins of, and the reasons why this ordinance is, back on the agenda?
This ordinance is back on the agenda when we approved, or when the governing body approved the ESIP program for Willingboro Township. It comprised of a lot of improvements to our municipal facilities.
And what year was that, Mr.
I
Harris?
believe it was in 2024. At the time that the ordinance was adopted, it was a refunding bond ordinance that was approved and was supposed to be submitted to the local finance board. At the time, our bond company or organization, for whatever reason, I don't understand, the latter portion was not finalized, and it never got approval from the local finance board to generate a refunding bond ordinance. So therefore, we were required to replace the bond ordinance back on the agenda so it can be fully passed, so that the monies can be provided for the work in Willingboro that has already been completed, that was approved by the governing body back in 2024.
I heard you.
The refunding, because this is a refunding bond ordinance, the work had already been approved in 2024, in that bond ordinance. There was a issue with the filing, and the refunding portion can't go out because the paperwork wasn't filed properly. So that's why this ordinance is back on the agenda.
No,
But if you'd like to table it, we can do.
Yeah, I understand. I would like to disable it so he can provide the documents that he's speaking of. I mean,
Okay.
it's 3 years
Yeah,
ago.
I just wanted to
Oh,
make
okay.
sure that you understood where this.
I
came
understood.
from.
I understood. I just think we should have all the information, before we vote, on this.
That's fair.
That's all.
All right, so is council interested in tabling this ordinance? Yes, okay. Okay, so, will you retract your motion in second, please?
Check my motion.
And I retract my second.
All right, the motion and second is retracted. Can I please have a motion to table ordinance 2026-24 until the September, what's the first meeting? The September 1st meeting.
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Any discussion on the tabling? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilwoman Perone.
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. All right, moving on to the resolutions. Are there any resolutions that council would like to pull from consent agenda? At this point, I have 163, 165, 166. Are there any others that?
164.
All right. So is that all?
$152. Did you call that number already?
No.
Okay, 152. I think you already explained. Yes. Can we just pull 168 too? Just a question. Those are my three.
Okay. So can I have a motion for a consent agenda for items 2026-147 through 151? Item 2026-153 through 162, as well as 2026-167. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone.
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. Can I have a motion to approve the same?
Second?
Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. I'd like to propose a motion to extend tonight's meeting until 11 p.m. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Been moved by Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. Madam Clerk, can we go into Resolution 2026-152 for separate discussion?
Yes. Can I get a motion to discuss Resolution 26-152, a resolution to amend the adopted budget for additional items of revenue and offsetting appropriations, Chapter 159, for the creation of the Utility Fund 2026 budget?
Second. Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Mayor Whitfield. Discussion. Councilwoman Perone.
Right, thank you. So this resolution, which we've identifying as, this is the utility for the Performing Arts Center.
Yes,
Is that right?
correct.
Okay. So you prepared this to pull finances of $146,000, I'm just speaking at a whole number, $147,000 in ticket sales. It says dedicated revenues from the utility ticket sales. Can you explain to me why is it written that way?
Because that will be the primary revenue source for the Performing Arts Center is the sale of tickets.
So this is what people are supposed to purchase and give to us. Sale of tickets. Like to my yes?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not asking for sum of money to come from a different budget or anywhere? Because it says salary and wages, 55,000, other expenses, 93,000, and then when you total it, it comes up to $146,000.
That's correct. There's 550 seats in the Performing Arts Center, and the average ticket sale is $85 per seat. Over 3 performances totals $146,363.
But that's not what this says, sir, because it says here, salary and wages, 55,000, right? And that is salary and wages, like we're gonna be paying someone a salary wage in total of $55,000. That's not a ticket sale.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were asking me about ticket sales.
I am, but those two, okay, when you add up both of the figures, you get the ticket sale figure, the $146,000. That's what I'm saying. Those two figures add up to $146,000.
So the ticket sales at 146,363 plus rental revenue of 2,500 equals $148,863.
I know that, sir, but I'm saying this is not ticket sales. Okay, this is a sum of appropriated, right? Appropriated means what? They were gonna put money aside,
Expenditure.
taking money from somewhere.
Correct.
And where's the money coming from?
From ticket sales and rentals.
So how can we vote on something that we did not sell yet?
We were setting the budget.
Expectations, I understand, but what you're saying is you're going to sell this amount of tickets, so you want to pull money from somewhere when you do decide to sell it? Let's just put it like this. So there's no line item that this money is coming out of, is that right?
We are setting the appropriations, the revenues and appropriations for the Performing Arts budget. Just like a municipal budget, we start the year setting the anticipated revenues and expenses.
Okay.
This is establishing the budget.
But the budget, we're taking money out of our budget, $148,000 of it.
No, we are not. We are anticipating our revenue sales for tickets will be $146,363. We are anticipating $2,500 in rentals for a total of $148,863. And the reverse of that is because New Jersey requires a balanced budget, our revenues have to equal our expenditures. So that 55,783 plus the 93,080 equals 148,863. It's a balanced budget.
Right, so how are you going to pay the employees if, who's going to sell the tickets if you didn't pay the employees yet? How are you going to pay them to sell the tickets for us?
So Councilwoman, just like every year, we establish our municipal budget. It's based on our tax revenues. We don't receive tax revenues.
No,
We
I'm-
receive tax revenues throughout the year. That's how we pay our expenditures.
I
It's
understand that,
simple.
sir. I'm saying that it says salary and wages, and you're saying you're not gonna take the money from any line item in this budget, and this is the budget, right? So we have line items, they're by numbers. So you're saying $148,000 is not coming out from any of these line items? Or is it?
No, it is not.
All right, so it doesn't, that, the way it's written, it's very confusing, it seems very
It's
trickery.
not confusing. It's a standard operating but
So I would,
budget.
maybe I would just say.
This resolution establishes the budget for the Performing Arts Center.
All right, so now with regards to the Performing Arts Center, we hired Duckett Entertainment.
We haven't hired anybody.
No, what I'm saying is I have his contract here. He was hired to sell tickets and he did not sell anything. And we gave him $456,000, Mr. Harris. And then you sent him a letter on July 20th. Please accept this letter as a formal confirmation that the amended and restated Township Theater Management Agreement between the Township of Willingboro and the Duckett Entertainment Group expired at the conclusion of the contractual term on June 30th, 2026. I'm going to pause there because he didn't do anything. Okay, so how is it his term is expired? He owes us services, because then you said in the end, the township thanks Duckett Entertainment for the services he provided during the term of the agreement and appreciates his contributions. And I don't know, because I know I pay taxes here, and I know a lot of the people in this room pay taxes here, and he did not comply with the contractual agreement, which I have here. That's right here. Front house operation, ticket sales. We'll set up ticket sales through the ticketing service company, Ticketmaster. The account will be managed by Duckett Entertainment, with the township having access to the account to review the ticket sales. So back to this item that you want to tell me is salaries and so forth, when you already paid him $456,000, and now you're saying goodbye, thank you for your service. I'm saying, what did he do? He didn't sell any tickets yet. So where is he going exactly? Because he needs to leave us the money. He needs to leave us our money and he can go.
This particular resolution is establishing the budget for the Performing Arts Center.
Mr. Harris.
Mr.
I-
Duckett's contract, which was approved by the council, has expired as of as of June. So
Yeah, but-
we are no longer in a contractual agreement with Mr. Duckett.
No, Mr. Harris, I do understand that. My concern is, then I have this. I have the checks that were written to him, okay? July 5th, 2024, he received $10,000, okay? I can go down the whole thing. July 5th, he also received another $10,000. He received, let's see, on July 5th, he got a few checks from us, okay? Then you have here, now that one says Jazz Festival. So here you go. June 2026 theater management, he received $8,749.66. In February, he received $8,749.66. In March, he received $8,700. And you get what I'm saying, right? So he didn't do anything. His contract, he's supposed to sell the tickets and bring us revenue. And then we get that revenue and we decide what we're going to do with it. But you're telling me you have this item here that I'm sure, all prepared to vote on it right now, and telling me we're preparing the budget, as if I don't know what a budget is. And we have his contract here, which he is binded by. He did not do anything in this contract. And Mr. Harris, I need you, and you are the chief, so you signed off on this. You know that he didn't do anything that says in here. That's my issue. My issue is, where is he going? If he wants to leave, if you want to say his goodbyes to him, he needs to leave us our money. because he did not comply. And I'm telling you right now with the rest of council, this is a federal crime. It's unethical, and I will be reporting it to the Ethics Board of Finances, okay? Because I'm tired of the trickery, okay? It's enough. Anybody can file a complaint, and I don't want to do that to Willingboro. But I'm gonna tell you right now, this is $500,000, and you tell him thank you for your service. This is what he's supposed to do, Mr. Harris. Can I pass it to you so you can tell me what did he do in
I
here?
don't need it, Councilwoman.
What did he do? Right. So
I-
you agree that he didn't do anything in his contract?
I am very aware of the contract.
So
I'm
what
very
would you
aware
do?
of the billing that Mr. Duckett submitted. I am very aware that every council meeting, the council approves the billing and the payment of bills. So if there were an issue, and as you know, we have had many issues with the Performing Arts Center, and you want to say that Mr. Duckett did not perform or provide services to Willingboro, I believe he provided great services to the township. It may not be because of his efforts in his work, the Performing Arts Center is complete today.
No, Ms. Harris, okay, then the Performing Arts Center.
Councilwoman from point of order. I know that we have discussed Mr. Duckett's contracts at several of our previous meetings. Went through the items that, and the work that he had completed under that contract. Went through, as you just stated again, all of the payments. We've discussed this ad nauseum at several of the other meetings. That is not the issue on the agenda for tonight. The issue is establishing a budget for the Performing Arts Center. If you'd like to table this and not discuss it, or if you'd like to not pass the budget for the Performing Arts Center, you're welcome to vote no. But that is the agenda that is the agenda item that we're voting on tonight. We're not discussing Mr. Duckett's contract.
Okay, well, Mr. Duckett is supposed to sell tickets. This item is talking about ticket sales, right? This item, you're saying.
It is establishing the budget.
No, you're establishing a figure for ticket sales, and it also says salaries. Mr. Duckett, out of his $7,000, $8,000 they received, he's supposed to pay his employees. It says that in his contract. I'm like, nobody even wants to say, Rebecca, let me see the contract. You're just sitting over here like, unless you just.
Councilwoman Perron, I've already reviewed the contract
Okay,
multiple times. We've discussed this at the past three.
my issue is, where is he going? Okay, you're saying goodbye, thank you for your service, but he didn't do the service.
Because we have changed the structure of the Performing Arts Center, we established the utility, and as we discussed at prior meetings, that we will no longer be renewing Mr. Duckett's contract as we establish a utility.
I do understand that, Madam Mayor. What I'm saying is, where is he going with our money? That's like if you buy a couch and they say thank you, but they never deliver it, you're gonna say thank you for your service? Where's my couch? Where's the ticket sales? Where's the revenue? We gave him close to $500,000 and you say, thank you for your service. That's what you said to him, and I read the letter, Mr. Harris, right? Then I also asked Mr. Harris for the invoices for the construction, the building of the Performing Arts Center. Not gonna read all of them. Here's one. Electrical distribution system, $24,000. I understand that. Audio system, $276,000. It's broken down. Mr. Duckett's invoice, theater management program services, $7,000. Where's the service? Why isn't it written here? You painted for us. You bought us an artist. You know, this is why I have to report this, because it's not like you're not intelligent people. You know for a fact he didn't do anything in this contract but collect a check, multiple checks since 2024. And nobody here is even sitting here saying, you know what, you're right. Your letter should have said to Mr. Duckett, okay, you've been paid in full. Now give us what we agreed on. Bring us these artists, not setting out a budget for another $48,000, telling me as if I'm not intelligent enough to know what a budget is. We're setting the budget. We're setting the budget. You paid out the budget $456,000 to a man who did not do anything in the contract. So either something's going on under the table that needs to be investigated, because I'm the only one asking these questions. This is not the first meeting I asked about it. The last meeting, both of you used the same word. He was very influential. Mr. Harris, what did he do? He's very influential. Madam Mayor, what did he do? He was very influential. So something's trickery going on here. And I'm bringing this because, yes, this is about the Performing Arts Center, this utility, what we're calling, it's like you keep changing, it's adopting the budget for additional. No,
So I'm saying, not only table this, he needs to come back with our money and get us some artists for what we agreed on, or we need to sue him. That's what I'm saying.
Councilwoman Prone, as previously stated, I explained in detail the experience that I had with Mr. Duckett and the work that he did on behalf of Willingboro Township as it pertained to the Performing Arts Center. Mr. Harris, would you be able to explain some of those other things that Mr. Duckett did within the contract?
So thank you. So when we entered into a contract with Duckett Entertainment, we were very, can't talk over the crowd, okay? We were very close to the finalization of the Performing Arts Center. That's when we entered into a contract with Mr. Duckett to perform theater management services. Because there was a delay with Pannoni, the contractor that was building the Performing Arts Center, we did not open as scheduled. The work stopped for almost a year. But we had entered into a contractual agreement, and during that time, Mr. Duckett aided us in making some adjustments to the design flaws that were presented by Pannoni. Well, Councilwoman Perone, you want to shake your head? No, but these were the things that he
I read
did.
them, have all the invoices.
Yeah,
Have
these-
every
these
single
were the things
invoice.
these were the things that he did that helped us bring the Performing Arts Center to conclusion today in a manner that is far better than originally outlined.
It says here, concession bars, he will sell liquor sales, we're gonna receive, money, for back, it says, I'll read this actually. Duckett will oversee the sales of liquor and light snacks on all events.
Councilwoman Perone, we understand that the Performing Arts Center wasn't open, so some of those items that are described in the contract did not happen because we did not have the public, the
He will
Performing
hire a
Arts Center
security
open.
company. He will hire it says it right here, will hire a security company and provide security for all events. And then you amended his contract to include the Jazz Festival. Who paid the police department? The taxpayers. We gave him $500,000. He's supposed to pay the police department. That's what security is. He didn't do anything in his contract.
Incorrect. The police department are entities of the township, not of Duckett Entertainment. Him paying his employees were his employees, not the township employees.
No. That's not what
Yes,
it
yes,
says. It says security. We will hire a security company to provide security for all our events.
Correct. And the police department is not a security company.
That's who we have. We have security officers. too.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perone. Do any other council members have anything to say? Councilwoman McIntosh.
I support you doing an ethics investigation, not because I think there's any wrongdoing, but since we keep circling around with this, why don't we just get a judgment, an outside judgment on actually what happened?
I
support
like that idea. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam King. I do like that idea. Yes, I second that request.
All right, so the issue at hand is establishing the budget for 2026 for the Performing Arts Center. We are scheduled to open October 9th, is that correct?
We
Or
paid somebody
October
to
3rd.
do it already, so he has the money to open it. We already paid him in advance.
We still need to set a budget, whether contracts have been signed or what have you, we still need to set a budget as per state statute. We have to set a budget for the utility.
I would say then we.
If you don't support it, you
I
can
don't-
vote no.
I
That's
need,
fine.
yeah. You already paid.
Call the vote, please.
Councilwoman Perone,
No.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
Exactly. I like that idea. You know what we're doing.
Madam Deputy Clerk, you can go on to resolution 163. Yes.
May I get a motion to discuss Resolution 26-163, resolution of the Township of Willingboro, County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, appointing members to the various boards and commissions.
Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Discussion. We have some vacancies on the shelter board. We do have some applications that are included in your packet of folks that have applied. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you talk about that a little bit, please?
Yes, we have, currently we have actually 5 vacancies on the shelter board right now. We received 2 applications, from 2 residents of Willingboro interested in serving. It's beneficial that we do appoint someone because the current board is having difficulty making some decisions if they don't have quorum, if someone doesn't show up. Do you need me to say who the names are?
Yes, can you please state the name?
Yes. Second, we have Denise Love of Willingboro. And 1 second, let me get the other person. Apologize, I should have.
Julia Taborn. Julia Taborn.
Yes, Ms. Taborn. We currently have a seat, an unexpired term that expires December 31st, 2026, and one that expires 2027.
Do any council members have a preference on which resident sits in either seat? One ends 26, one term ends 26, one term ends 27. Okay, so we'll have Julia Taborn do the 26 and Denise Love do the 27. So this would approve, this vote would approve Denise Love and Julia Taborn to the respective seats on the shelter board. Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
and Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
Can I get a motion to discuss Resolution 26-164, a resolution granting Township Manager a permanent residency waiver pursuant to NJSA?
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Discussion? Councilwoman Perone.
Thank you. So, as I stated earlier, pertaining to this topic, Mr. Harris was hired in 2021. During the interview, we asked if he would be interested in moving and living in Willingboro, and he said yes. We further agreed that upon his moving into Willingboro, he would receive an additional $10,000 as a part of his salary, not a $10,000 just one check, increase in his salary. We held up our end of the bargain. He left. And the reasons he said he cannot live here is because it's too expensive. That's a slap in my face. Because the reason why it's too expensive is because of things like I just talked about. $500,000 to somebody who didn't do anything to build a performing arts center. When it talks to, and I know, Madam Mayor, you mentioned, when I mentioned these figures that I'm reading right out of the budget, okay? This is just Township Manager, salary and wages. That department, okay? $249,000 in 2021. That's when you first got here. Next year, it jumped to $450,000. The very next year, it jumped to $501,000. In 2024, it jumped to $731,000. And then in 2025, we're still at $730,000, not 31. How is it that
the same department, even if you added some other people, that's a lot. That's close to $1 million. You see, and it's different positions, it's different, of course, it's salary and wages. So even if you added another department or other people to that budget list, how does it start changing drastically every year? If you added the new department, whatever group that was going to be placed underneath there, it would only be that 1 year that you would see an increase. Not every year, another 200,000, another 200,000. Because see, next year, now that you don't have to live here, that's what they're trying to do, right? Then it'll be 800,000, then 1 million. And it's still too expensive for you to live here. That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. And I can't believe that the 3 councilwomen here are going to allow that and actually fix this document here to say he doesn't have to live here. He should, if he was able to suffer the same burden that we have to suffer, right? Figure out how to put gas in our cars, pay the taxes, right? With our little bit of salary. So he takes his salary and goes to live where? Where it's not so expensive, right? Where's that? Right? So that's an unacceptable excuse. And as far as I'm concerned, yes, this should go before the people. It absolutely should. It should be on the ballot this November because we have time to submit it on the ballot. The deadline to put any person on the ballot or item is August 22nd.
We have time.
So it needs to be on the November ballot. Absolutely. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to add that to this discussion. And I don't feel that, this is fair to the people. It's, and the reckless spending, all of this, and no accountability for how much we're spending, just ching to ching, like a credit, ching to ching. It's reckless. So how can I sit here also and say, oh, but you don't have to live here, Mr. Harris. I'll just suffer the burden. We'll just all figure it out. That's not fair. Not at all. So for me, it's going to be a no. And as far as I'm concerned, I feel like all of you should support me on that, and whereby it does go on the ballot for the people to decide, Mr. Harris. Thank you.
Mr. Harris, do you have any response?
I do have a response, and I think it is egregious that Councilwoman Perone is sitting here making implications and innuendos that are absolutely incorrect. It was explained that we did a restructuring in my department. So we included underneath the township manager's office, security, communications, some other departments as well. So when you talk about the salaries of the whole department, yes, they have gone up because we have contractual increases that we are bound to by contract every year. So yes, the numbers are going up, but this resolution is related to me in particular, not the department. So when I came to work for Willingboro, you hired me at $140,000. My salary now is 150. What is it, Ms. Diggs? 150. Okay, so it's about $12,000, $13,000 more. So if you calculate that into percentages, I am not receiving egregious increases above and beyond what all the other employees are receiving in Willingboro. So your innuendo that I am breaking the township for monies, I think that's unfair. I think that it's unfair that you are using me as a political pawn. And exactly.
Mr. Harris, you're not a pawn, Mr. Harris.
So
You're the township manager.
when I said that I could not afford to live in Willingboro, there were a lot of personal situations in my life that were going on. And at the time, I understand that. And I was living in Willingboro for 3 years. I lived in Willingboro, and you gave me permission to relocate. You gave me permission to move out.
So, no, I voted no. Remember, I was outvoted. Remember that.
When I say you, I mean the council. I mean the council collectively gave me permission. when I was relocating back into Willingboro, I was not able to find a reasonable rated apartment. There were a lot of single-family homes that were available for rent that were outside of my financial means. So yes, I could not afford to rent a $4,000 three-bedroom home in Willingboro.
But Mr. Harris, first of all, you're not a pawn, Mr. Harris. I want to correct certain things, Madam Mayor,
That's
in
what I,
response to
that's
him.
what I feel like.
No,
that
you're the
you're
chief
to me.
officer of the
I get it.
township. So you, that means there's people who report to you that make less than you, that pay your salary. You see how it's unethical? And they make less than you. And they're trying to figure out how to pay the taxes and report to you when it's too expensive for you, but not too expensive for them. You see what I'm saying? Like you can't put all of those together and actually make it sound like it makes
So,
sense.
Councilwoman, with all due respect, I came to the council and I explained my scenario. I came to the council and I explained my scenario, and the council made a decision.
I know, I hear you, and they voted yes for that.
I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not being.
Say you were hiding
deceitful.
anything. I'm
None
saying you
of
don't
that.
live here and you don't suffer our burden. And then all of these expenses here that I can't get a clear answer on what services that this person provide, and you gave a beautiful thank you letter. I'm like running off with our money, right? So anyway, the point is, Mr. Harris, I don't feel that it would be first of all, it would be a disservice to the people for me to vote yes for that, okay? It's unethical. The people there's quite a few employees that live here and work here and report to you. So you should be the example. You live here, and then I think you probably start changing on these things that you're expending on too. I bet you if you lived here, you wouldn't want to spend $200,000-$300,000 on a jazz festival. You wouldn't want to give a man $500 million, $500,000 and say, thank you for your service, because then it affects you. And it affects you even now, and you know that you're causing us all of these expenses to go up. But you don't want to suffer our burden. It's too expensive for you. So why spending all of this money? Why spend so much money on the things that you've spent on? You built, Mr. Harris, you built another room in your office.
I didn't build another room.
You built a wall.
Councilwoman.
That's Mr. Harris. You built
Correct.
another wall for your employees to be in. You didn't ask us for approval for that, and it wasn't $50. It was in the thousands. You just spent. Why? Because we're the ones working our butts off to pay you. It's unethical. I cannot support that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perone. And one thing I will say is that you keep saying the expenses like it has ballooned the tax rate. The municipal tax rate has not gone over what it was in 2022 until this year. So all of the improvements, the road work, the lighting project, the new trash company, all of those things have happened. The Broido Park improvements, the Performing Arts Center that we're talking about, other improvements at JFK, the track, all of those things have happened in the time between 2022 and now, and this year is the first year that we've seen a tax increase.
No, that's not true.
It is true. Over the year if you look back at the years, in 2022, the tax rate was 1.8. This year, the tax rate is 1.9. The tax rate did not go over that 1.8 since 2022.
The taxes have gone up, and I'm just only pulling out one item in this budget, and the item is, because the item of discussion is the township manager's salary and wages. Okay, so you cannot tell me that in less than 4 years, this figure jumps. I don't care. How many?
In the
departments?
restructuring,
Every single department's underneath you, which is not, you mentioned communications. What's that, 2 people?
3 people.
3, whoa, 3 people. Okay, I know.
Those are 3 salaries, the IT salaries, all of the security guards, all of those salaries have gone under
No,
the manager's office.
Here's the thing, and with the IT department, you hired a third-party company because 2 people that were here doing the job, there was a disagreement, right? See, so let's not get into those weeds of those other topics because those people are not here right now. However, yes, the IT department, that budget, woo, skyrocketed.
And then we can't even get the Zoom to work. We can't even get people to talk to us, right? We don't know how to fix that problem. But that figure increased tremendously. There was 2 people managing that department, and now those 2 people left because of how they were treated. We're gonna leave it at that. The business aspect of it, whatever the reason, right? Because see, when you're in this type of position, it is a position of power, and you feel more powerful when the people who serve you make less than you. So you tend to treat them different ways. So they left. The IT department quit. That's what happened. And they were here for years. Okay? You just got here.
Councilwoman Vaughn, thank you.
Yeah.
So we also have, I'll say this was a hard decision to make. There are a number of factors that went into the creation and the waiver, granting the waiver.
He doesn't need a waiver.
This issue was already discussed at the last meeting. This is essentially ratifying a decision. But do any other council members have any comments on this?
What about the ballot piece?
Can we hear from the other council members first, please? Is that okay?
You, you spoke already.
Can we hear from other council members? Is that okay? Would you like to?
You didn't speak about the ballot piece. That's something I was just reminding you about. What is your thoughts? Because you just spoke about, you went into extensive to think about it, and you didn't mention the ballot part. So I'm just reminding you, what's your thoughts about the ballot?
If we'd like to explore putting the issue on the ballot, then I think we need to table this and explore that issue. Is council in favor of that?
I make a motion to table this.
We can't make a motion inside of a motion. We're having discussion right
You
now.
said if council.
No, we're in discussion. Thank you.
I will say my opinion on this right now. While I don't disagree that the residency portion is very important, and I did say that to you. But as I've gotten on council, the practicality to me is not, it doesn't balance out. We need somebody in charge that can do what he needs for the township manager. Even when we did the interviews, 2 people, nobody came from Willingboro, and we had an open interview for everyone. We tried to get Willingboro residents. We didn't get any Willingboro residents. We lost a couple of people because they weren't going to move here, which is fine. I'm fine with them not wanting to move here and not being considered at the time. I do think there's some things with Mr. Harris that I do think warrant waiver, and that's my opinion on this. I'm a Willingboro resident through and through and been here 45 years. So it's not an issue of not loving Willingboro or not caring about Willingboro. And I do see the importance of a residency issue, a residency requirement. However, we need a township manager. And the practicality to me is we didn't get anybody from Willingboro, or no, we got 1 person to apply, but they weren't qualified. So that requirement to me is a little, maybe overkill. I think, as I put in my statement, I think we should really make it a priority to get a resident, but if it doesn't happen, we still have to make adjustments, and we still have to have a township manager. While you were in the school, but I know we pick on the township manager, and I do think, again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't go for residency. However, we've had superintendents that were not part of this town. We've had yes, exactly, but it's the same. Yes, it's definitely a different entity, but it's the same caliber. We're paying superintendents $250,000. So but there was never a consideration, and I used the people in the school, but there was never consideration for that. So to me, I'm just saying, and at the water department, that's a high paying job. I think they get even paid more than a township manager. Okay, but we paid. I've seen the salaries of of the head over there, and I don't know if it's always been less, but yeah. Superintendent, and I'm just saying, I still think that the residency should be sought, and but I do think Mr. Harris did make the attempt to live here. And I'm saying we have to disagree, we agree to disagree on that. I hear your statements, I'm not in total disagreement on your statements, but I think we can agree to, I can disagree with that. And I think the waiver is warranted for Mr. Harris. And I didn't say we changed the ordinance that there shouldn't be the residency thing intact. However, that ordinance also does offer the council to make waivers. That's still embedded in in our statute. So I think, sometimes we can execute, or we can, use our discretion to allow it or not allow it. But I'm not saying I'm in total disagreement with you. I'm just saying I just see this particular situation a little bit.
Deputy Mayor Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too believe that residency is really important for our township manager as the chief executive officer for our town. And the reason why Mr. Harris was selected was because he committed to moving to Willingboro, which he did. During the process of him being employed, he encountered some life situations and circumstances where he was no longer able to reside in Willingboro. And if we were hiring a township manager today, I would want a township manager who lives in Willingboro, and we would tighten up the contract to make it very clear that they have to stay in Willingboro, not move into Willingboro, collect the additional funds, and then they can move out. That's something we've learned through the process. So the contract would have to be tightened up. But I do believe that to have some stability in our government, stability in our administration, that I'm in favor of granting this waiver. Going forward, I do want to do all that we can to make sure we have a township manager who lives in town. And I still would be open to the discussion about putting this on the ballot for future use, because Mr. Harris isn't going to live forever. He could hit the lottery and be out of here tomorrow. And so I think that we could still explore what that means for future hires for the township manager position. But that's how I got to supporting this, because it happened while we were in the midst of him serving.
Madam
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Madam
So
Mayor, can I respond to their comments?
Go ahead, Council.
Briefly. So I've heard both of Deputy Mayor and Councilman McIntosh. I just want to also bring to your attention that the five of us are elected by the people. The people pay his salary. So why would you not put it on the ballot for the people to decide if he shouldn't live here? That's all. At the end of the day, that's ultimately what I'm saying. This is not about if a person is nice or not nice. This is a business. This is about a money factor here, and the fact that he moved out. And yes, we granted extensions. He never came back. And the reason why he moved out is because he kept spending all the money and making everything expensive for us. The taxes went up, so he left. That's why he doesn't live here anymore. Okay? He said he's going through something. So am I. I have a whole family I'm trying to provide for, and now the taxes are going up. Okay? I can't just run out of town, right? Because it got too hard for me here. It's too expensive. That's if you think about what he's saying. He came in 2021, raised the taxes, said it's too expensive for him, and then left.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn. For this part, I'll say I've lived here in Willingboro since I was 4 years old. I do think that there is a value in having a township manager that lives here, that understands the climate here in Willingboro, that participates in the sharing of the burden, also is able to see the events that go on in town, and is impacted by the decisions that are made in that seat. I think we can all agree that times have changed since Mr. Harris has been brought on in 2021. Things are much more expensive. Even in the last year, things have gone up. And that's for everybody. That's for the municipality. That's for everyone. Mr. Harris, as was stated, had some issues It, but some of our issues caused us to make hard decisions, and the council unanimously granted him a temporary residency waiver so that he can take care of some personal issues. I will say that although this is a value, I did take to heart Councilwoman McIntosh's evaluation of the situation. And we do need to tighten up our ordinances on the requirements and the contract language so that this doesn't happen in the future. But in this setting and for this time, I am in support of giving Mr. Harris a residency waiver. I understand some of the frustration, but also I'd like to just point out a couple things. If this was the case and we don't allow Mr. Harris a residency waiver, we have to go out for a new search. That's fine. We'll go out for a new manager search. But there are some cost implications in terms of salary that we'd have to take into consideration as we're seeking a new township manager. As we said, at the last time we went out, we had 3 applications. 2 of them didn't live here. One of them, Mr. Harris, was willing to move here. One was unqualified. The other was not willing to move into Willingboro for the salary that we were offering. This is an at-will position. If the person has a family, they would have to consider relocating their entire family. Also, this is an at-will employment job. So there is no job security. You can be let go at any time. And I think it would be it's a hard sell to get someone to move to Willingboro, to move here for a position that is an at-will position. At this point, if that's something that we want to make permanent and make it a ballot vote, we can explore how to put it on the ballot. But would council like to move forward with this residency or this waiver tonight and then also put it on the ballot, or table it?
I'd say table it.
Well, to listen to the residents.
I'd say table it and get it placed on a ballot for August 22nd to be on the November election. It's coming up, so it's right around the corner.
Well, we're saying that, what does that look like?
What if his waivers till the election? What if it's extended till people vote? Because when the people speak, then we'll know what.
Do we have time to get it on the November ballot, Ms. Scott?
It should be.
I would need to reach out to the clerk, county clerk, Board of Commissions to just verify.
It should be, the deadline, because with Councilman Anderson's situation, wasn't that the 22nd to advertise that we have a vacancy, all of that, and then we had to get everything reviewed by the 22nd and sent over to the county Board of Elections, right? So that's why I was saying that should be the same timeline to put the question on there.
All right, so Madam Deputy Clerk, what was
I mean, it's just unacceptable. $150,000 is enough money. That's the benefit. But I mean, I know.
Okay, so we did take some action in regard to this at the last meeting. Would anybody be in support of moving forward with this resolution, but also placing it on the ballot for further review?
No, I think it should be tabled.
Okay,
And then
thank you, Councilwoman. We did already take action at the last meeting.
No, but the last meeting, we had, came out of executive session, and we said we were going to look into changing the ordinance, which is, that's what's happening this meeting.
No,
To change it.
that wasn't the vote
To
that was
the-
taken after
the la-
executive session at the
I
last.
think we have the minutes with us. The last meeting, it says here that the council decided to revise, change the ordinance to make a permanent, I don't have it in front of me, but a permanent waiver for his residency. And so we needed to type it up, do everything, and then come to this meeting and vote for it. So we didn't have a resolution at the last meeting. It was in preparation that that was the idea to do what we're doing now.
We didn't have a resolution, but we did take a motion to grant him the permanent residency
Oh, yeah,
waiver.
I
Madam
remember.
Clerk, do you have that portion of the minutes?
I read it, actually, I just read the minutes. Page 9. Our minutes.
The minutes state Mayor Whitfield made a motion to grant a permanent waiver for the township manager. Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy seconding. After discussion, the deputy clerk called the roll call. It was a yes for McIntosh, Worthy, Whitfield, a no from Perone, absent was Anderson, with all 3 ayes and 1 nay. The permanent residency waiver was granted.
That's the waiver. And we did do 2 other waivers before. Remember, we waivered 365 days so he can settle his family situation. Then we gave another waiver of 30 days. So all we did on the last meeting was give a waiver for permanent waiver. But we never changed the ordinance, any of those. We never changed the resolution.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we ratified the vote that was taken at the last meeting and also placed it on the ballot to change the ordinance.
Oh, ratify the last vote?
Right.
Like retract our votes? Ratify it in what kind of way?
But solidify in a resolution the vote that was taken at the last meeting
And still put it on.
and still put it on the ballot. That's what I'm
I see
suggesting.
what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying now. So we're not voting yes for this. What we're gonna do is ratify last meeting's minutes meeting. Did we approve the minutes yet?
We didn't approve the minutes yet, but there was a motion taken at the last meeting that was, but we didn't have a official resolution. And this is the resolution that solidifies the vote that was taken at the last meeting.
So what do you, how do we go about doing it?
So I suggest that we move forward with this resolution, ratify it as we did with that. If you voted no, which is okay, and you can still vote no, and then we'll also explore and putting it on the ballot for November.
But voting yes for this means you're in agreement to changing the resolution. So why would you vote yes
No,
for this?
this is not an agreement to changing the ordinance. This is granting the waiver.
But this is a resolution first.
It is a resolution
Right.
granting a waiver from Mr. Harris, a residency waiver.
But this says,
Which is a vote that we took at the last meeting, when we came out of executive session. It ratifies that vote. It does not change the ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say the permanent waiver is specific to Mr. Harris, not for the township manager position going forward. And so, what the mayor is saying, if ratifying is just approving the resolution here, but not changing our ordinance, going to the ballot, let the people vote on that, and that would drive the change to the ordinance.
so if this were all voted 3 noes or 4 noes, then what happens?
Then it would just be dead.
Right. So it will be dead and we can still get it on the ballot before we decide this amongst our 4 of ourselves.
Mr.
Aye.
Hall,
It-
Mr. Hall, if this resolution was voted noes, even though the motion passed at the last meeting, what are the implications of that?
The microphone,
You have to
microphone.
use-
Speak up.
You voted affirmatively at the last meeting to grant a waiver. This resolution basically codifies what you voted on, and now you're taking a second vote on the same topic. And if you recall, there were some additional items that were included in the resolution directing Labor Council to look at the residency issues, et cetera. In terms of what would be on the ballot, we would have to figure out a valid question that could be placed on the ballot and double check to find out the timeframes that are appropriate for a question that would be on the ballot.
So this codifies the vote. We understand that this codifies the vote or in the motion that was made at the last meeting. But if this was voted down, what would happen?
It would fail. It would fail.
Okay. All right. Then it will go. I will say for this resolution, and before we close discussion, I'll ask Ms. Scott if you would call the county clerk's office and explore the timeline for placing this issue on the ballot. Also, Mr. Holt, would you please explore the question as we could present it on the ballot for November? But this resolution is on the agenda for tonight, so I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Councilwoman Perone,
No.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
Can I get a motion to discuss Resolution 26-165, a resolution determining the absence of council member from the July 7th Township Council meeting shall not be deemed excused?
And Madam, Ms. Scott, I will ask that we hold 165 and 166 for after executive session.
Yes. Would you like to go? Would you like to do 168?
168.
Can I get a motion to discuss Resolution 26-168? A resolution authorizing the settlement of disputed professional service claims with Panoni Associates relating to Phase 2 of the Kennedy Center Performing Arts Center Improvement Project.
Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Discussion. This resolution is a settlement of a dispute. We had a longstanding dispute with Panoni Associates about the Performing Arts Center. There were some mistakes that were made in the construction, and the township was seeking compensation for some of the mistakes that were made. We had discussions. Mr. Harris, would you be able to explain some of the process that went behind this?
The process regarding the settlement?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we had the disagreements with Panoni. At the advice of Mr. Holt, we convened a meeting with with them and their legal counsel and our administration and our legal counsel. We discussed some of the issues at hand and came to a settlement agreement that Panoni would reimburse or credit the township $100,000 towards the project. Most of the discrepancy was around a sound system that Panoni ordered on behalf of the township. It did not meet the standards that the township was looking for. Panoni had made certain commitments to have the equipment returned, which they failed to do over several months, and we got stuck with the equipment, and were compelled to essentially pay for something that we did not want. These are all part of the terms of the settlement.
Okay, so they are compensating us for that equipment. We do still have that sound system, correct? And it'll be installed in another location at the township. But Panoni has agreed to credit us for the purchase of that because they failed to return it in the time that was allotted.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions? All right. Okay, we'll call the vote, please.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. Treasurer's report?
May I get a motion to approve the July 27th Treasury Report?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Any discussion? Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
No.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy, and Mayor Whitfield.
One more time.
I'm hearing somebody in the audience.
Yes.
I apologize. And Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
May I get a motion to approve the July 7th regular and executive meeting minutes?
So moved.
Can I have a second, please? For the minutes? Second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Mayor Whitfield. Any discussion? Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. Madam Clerk, your report, please.
Yes. From the clerk's office, just a reminder of the approved peddler and solicitors in town, Allied Experts, Advanced Green Home, Sun Run, and Top Line Roofing. While these vendors are approved, they are still not permitted to knock on anyone who has a no-knock sticker. If you're interested in obtaining a no-knock sticker, you can go to the website under the Government tab and select the registration for no-knock. Also upcoming is our community shred event, which will be taking place September 12th from 10 a.m. to 12 noon in Willingboro Library in the rear. Each household is allowed up to 2 banker box or equivalent. Please make sure there's no staples or any clips or anything like that in there. We do have the flyers available in the clerk's office, and they will be distributed on social media coming up soon. They haven't been yet. And just if it's okay, if I just mentioned that, I know that we're going ahead with the Jazz Fest. Please allow us, we will not have that ready for tomorrow, so we'll make every attempt by Thursday to get it in place, but we still need to meet with the manager's office and everyone to decide how we will move forward with that. So please just be patient with us, but it will not be ready tomorrow. And well, I guess it'll be circulated on social media, on when it'll be available and what the procedures are. And that's all I have for this evening.
All right, we have some unfinished business and new business. From our extended time, we have 15 minutes left until 11 p.m. And we also have executive session as well as public comment to get through. Will council be interested in extending the meeting another hour until midnight? Or we can extend it for a half hour? Or just go through and try and get through it in 15 minutes? How about 30 minutes? All right, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes, until 11:30.
So moved. Yeah, I'm sorry, second.
All right, moved by Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone, not present at this time. Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. The D9 bench, do you have? Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. Harris, do you have anything? Did that come through you, the D9 bench unfinished business?
They were in our packet.
No, they were just in the packet.
It was just,
Okay. You want me to from council? Yes. Okay, so there are two organizations that are seeking the D9 benches in Mill Creek Park. The information is in the packet. We would have to approve the design and the bench purchasing. It is in the back of your packet. Is council ready and available to take action on that tonight?
Yes, I am.
Yes. All right. The two organizations are Kappa Alpha Psi as well as Phi Beta Sigma. Yes, those are the two. And can I have a motion to approve the D9 honorary benches in Mill Creek Park for these two organizations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. All right, there were some Youth Advisory Board updates.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Youth Advisory Board has been meeting in preparation for the fall. Ms. Nahemia Claude is the chairperson, and some of the things they wanted to share with the council were some updates. They want to use student ambassadors in the different schools across the township, and also reach out to BCIT because we have Willingboro students represented in those schools as well. Those student ambassadors would be students who help to share flyers and announcements and to better connect the township with the school district with events that the students would enjoy, to increase their awareness of what's happening in the town, that the township is doing different programs with recreation and wellness. When they have grade level assemblies, the idea is that those ambassadors would be able to share during those grade level assemblies some of the things that are happening in the town to help increase the engagement of the youth. Ms. Claude and the co-chair are interested in serving as adult advisors so that the students can participate in more events in the evening. They're interested in t-shirts. We have Willingboro Township t-shirts. They'd like some township t-shirts so that when they come out to different events, they can be represented and identified. And they also are looking to the council for consideration to increase the number of student representatives on the Youth Advisory Board as they're looking to grow that board. They'll be putting together a letter with some of their recommendations to the council, and they would like to present their recommendations to the school board as well, just to make them aware of what they're looking to do in the school year to be able to enhance the Youth Advisory Board. So I was just sharing those ideas from the board, and they will be following up with a write-up, and I'll distribute that to the entire council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. We will be talking about the performance evaluation process and timeline in executive session. So at this time, we will have public comment. Residents will have 4 minutes for public comment. Unfortunately, because of time constraints, please ensure that the clerk has your information so that we'll be able to get back to you with any information. But I'd rather hear all of the concerns, but we won't be able to respond to all of them this evening. Public comment is now open.
My name is Robert Jackson. I live at 60 Marshall Lane. Look, I've been trying to get my apron and sidewalk done since 16. As I stated before, I talked to Barry when he was here. When he left, that young lady that followed him, I talked to her. I talked to Vogel a couple different times, right? I called Public Works the beginning of last year. They gave me an extension. I called the extension, left a message and said nobody ever returned it. Same thing happened this year. So, I mean, I've been working on this thing since 16. You understand? Now, nobody has even approached me on this thing. That's number one. Now, going back to the school system, they got so much of a turnover at top level. The structured top level heavy, right? And you're talking about people living in the community. I don't know what their living status is, but all of these top dogs are leaving. And they just did something really foolish. Either it's a frat brother or nepotism. They hired a dude that had one foot out the door when he come in. And it's not the first time. That's why I asked you before, do you guys bump heads with these people? And I mean, at least question them. Because that's where most of this tax stuff is coming from. They got all these brilliant ideas, but the people pushing the ideas aren't even here. They push them and then they're gone. And you know, next rung on the ladder. You know, that's a little crazy. We need to communicate a little better, because this involves all of us. It ain't just a me thing, it's everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
I repeat again, Gloria Williams, reside at 170 Clubhouse Drive in Country Club. It is an honor to be here tonight. And at this time, my class is on, and I'm actually missing my class online. So, but it is a purpose for why I'm here. So let me state it quick before you set me down. One, Country Club does not have a sign. I spoke to you on that. The sign, if you're gonna make a sign, I would assume you would do it alphabetical order. So if you did it, Country Club would be the first. But Penny Packer got it, they have two. Garfield has two. Country Club State does not have a sign. So if you ask me where the sign should go, if someone is coming off 295, I tell them about 4 lights, you will see the sign Country Club. We don't have it. If you go on JFK Way where the school is, that's Country Club again, Clubhouse Drive, that's another sign. Instead, they have a sign at the end of Clubhouse Drive, which is Main Street. That is not the beginning of Country Club. That sign needed to be put there. I spoke with you, I came here, I spoke to the people, they said, I don't know what's the reason. Secondly, my husband is 678. I'm 66 years, so both of us are retired, semi-retired. Our taxes went up $600. I agree you need to increase the taxes, but $600 every quarter, where we gonna get that money from? We can't afford it. And then we have 10 group homes on Clubhouse Drive, one street. And then you have the employees refuse to park in the driveway. I have worked in group home before. That's why I got my experience. So when I work in group home, when I graduated from Wilmington University, I saw that it's only 4 people working. 4. So you have the van in, and you have one the nurse, and you have 2 other employees. So it's 3. So the cars can fit in. On my street, the man was reversing. He had to hit one of the employees' car. They just should enforce that they should not park on the street. They need to go in the driveway. That is not right. We live there. We clean up our street. They want to do the interior part. They don't do anything outside. We invest in our place. That's it. The third one, in order to get investors to come in, we need to do a feasibility study. We need to, instead of the bank or Wells Fargo, they have smokehouse. The other place, smokehouse. This is all drugs. Smokehouses. Smokehouses, we pray, I'm a praying woman. We pray that they will make a U-turn not to go, but they're bringing more drugs in, allowing smokehouses instead of bringing investors so we can offset our taxes. We have the building sitting down there, OBCIT, nothing is going on. Go to Main Street. In most times, the people have coffee shop, people sitting there, eating, doing something. Let us do something. Bring some investors into Wilmington. Instead of rising the taxes for people that don't have their kids in school. All 4 of my kids, very fortunate, they graduated. They went to college. I thank God for that. But when I came here in 1995 from New York, they broke the Josh was in connection with the school. As I told you, I was arrested. $1,000. Remember, I thought School, I taught BC, I did 4 years. I taught her daughter. I taught Bolingbroke, I taught Mount Holly. 9 years. The students don't wear uniform anymore. We voted for uniform. They're going to school in pajamas. And then we're going to raise the school for people going to school in pajamas. We don't ask the student, we tell the student, we the parents. We make the rules. They don't make the rules. So I will appreciate coming to the school board, but I need for you to talk to the judge to have a relationship. 1 minute. Relationship with the school. I'm out now. I'm on my way out.
Your time is up.
Yes,
Ms.
my time is
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you. I'm glad you heard everything I had to say.
Excuse my back. I would say good evening, I guess it's good night, but good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Councilwomen. My name is Keisha Piedra, I'm 20 Bolton Lane. I've been a resident of Willingboro since 1974. I've been a taxpayer since 1994, as long as I've owned my home. I'm not a renter. I'm not a transient. I'm an owner. So my concern, I know everyone has mentioned taxes, but it's my turn. The taxes are a concern for me. I have a lot of friends that are senior citizens. And some of these senior citizens on fixed income, how are they going to pay the taxes when they're constantly increased like this? This was a really gut punch. My mother is a senior citizen. $500 increase. It's just her. That's a lot to ask people to pay. It's too much. My concern along with the taxes are our properties are going to be reassessed. We're going to get this assessment and it's going to increase the taxes again. That's how it works. I know. So the next concern will be the increase of the taxes is going to result in foreclosures. Not long ago, we were here. So my concern is, do we have something in place, a plan in place? So when this revisit us, that we can do something that's going to help these residents that live here. Okay, so that was the one thing. Recreation, the presentation was nice, but I would like to really advocate for us to have a variety of activities for the students so students can do things of their interest. Everyone's not interested in basketball, football, soccer, golf. I mean, let's be creative. Some people might want to sew. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out here. But if we can bring that, that would be nice. A pet peeve of mine is this trash. It really, truly bothers me that I have to call every week to ask, when are they going to pick my trash up? I put my trash out when I'm supposed to. I recycle like I'm supposed to. I know people that don't recycle. No, but I recycle. I do my trash and everything. I have to constantly call every week. And that it's exhausting. And I shouldn't have to do that. Because again, I said, I've lived here since 1974. I know the evolution. I know when how we had trash collection and how that changed. I don't remember having a voice when it came down to the trash collection. I know I did. Because I vote, I come out, and I do what I need to do as a resident here in Willingboro. So I would really like somebody to really focus on making sure these people that are getting paid my tax dollars for this trash, pick my trash up as they're supposed to. So I want to mention this too. I know no one really talked too much about it, but I want to mention it. As a resident of Willingboro, I'm a little embarrassed. I'm a little embarrassed because we have an official that is convicted. And, you know, years ago, when you hear about Willingboro, you hear about all the great people that come from Willingboro. But right now, that's like a little stain. It's a stain on the carpet that we cannot get up. And I really, really need to know what we can do about that because it's embarrassing. And it should be embarrassing to all the taxpayers here because he's still in place, and that means he's still getting a check. We're paying his commissary, and that's my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Piedra.
Wanda Green, Rittenhouse Drive, number 132. First and foremost, greetings again, Mayor, Councilwoman, Township Manager. First off, I'm not saying that your jobs are easy, right? And I don't take it lightly at all, right? I am a African-American woman who was raised off of integrity and respect, right? So when you're elected in these positions, I think these positions should be taken very seriously. But the way that everyone just says yes, 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 you're going to take it, how you want to take it. But it seems like Councilwoman Perone is the only one fighting for us. Attorney Hall just sits here, he blinks, he doesn't speak. Township Hall Manager, he does not live here. He does not reside here. So why are we paying him a check to live somewhere else, right? We pay taxes constantly. We have to fight for garbage pickup, right? They done slammed my car so many times, it's ridiculous. We asked for speed bumps, nothing is done. The entertainment company, they got 500,000. This gentleman makes 151,000. Every time we turn around and talk about something, now we're asking for another 146,000 to accommodate the budget for ticket sales that we haven't even sold yet. So at some point, we must understand we just give out money on top of money on top of money. You have senior citizens suffering constantly. You have this gentleman back here, no offense to you, sir. You're coming here giving us the tax assessment. You don't even live here. How can you tell us our problems when you don't reside here? We have school systems that are failing. We have teachers who are underpaid. We have people in these particular seats. We're paying for a security system. Why you can't drive yourself to work? We do it. We have to pay for water, electric, gas, like everyone else. We have problems the same like everyone else. No one's problem is exhausted. No one's problem is exempt. Everyone on this seat can be replaced, right? Because you're elected in these positions. It doesn't matter what it is. I don't care what the system is, but it is broken. It is damaged. It needs to be fixed. I'm not giving anyone a pardon who does not live here. I don't know if people's palms are being greased. I don't care. My soul sleeps well at night because my conscience is clear. You better take heed to those same notions. Be aware. Every time you say something, stop coming across like you're angry Black people. Learn how to work together in an organization so that we can all move forward. That's my time.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Hi, good evening, council and community. My name is Chloe Williams, and I'd just like to present a few issues that I've came across in my short time in Willingboro. As for road maintenance, our streets are deteriorating, which is causing a plethora of dirt, cracking, rocks. I've personally removed over 150 pounds of rocks in front of my home and disposed of them. So there needs to be some type of maintenance protocol that can be in place to ensure that the community is being upkept well. As for police response, I also had an incident in front of my home where I contacted the police to come out and pretty much situate the problem. And it took over 30 minutes for them to come. And that was even after a second phone call was placed to them. So highly unacceptable. And as for public works, there are illegible street signs in the community. I've called about it 3 different times where literally the street signs are missing letters, multiple letters out of their names, which is illegal because they need to be conducted to where emergency personnel can properly and accurately depict and identify a street to get down there. So that is state law and also federal law. And also, I've also reported sidewalks being unleveled. One in particular in my area is like raised by approximately like 3 inches, which is a safety concern. None of these things have been dealt with. No one has been out to conduct any type of investigation, to implement some type of resolve. So those are the issues that I'm facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons.
Good long night, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and everyone in the township. I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just like, I'm just listening. But I have a whole,
Can you state
Dr.
your name,
Providence, please. I have a whole long list of things, and a few that have gone before me have mentioned, most of them. We live in Rittenhouse. Potholes, and the roads are cracking, It's getting worse. And I don't see any development with it, but that street on Sunset, where the Catholic school used to be, or where the Catholic church used to be, they get their roads fixed all the time. I don't know what's happening over there. They just redid that road, and it's like every few years, that section gets done. But the rest of us in Willenboro, it takes forever to get done. That's just my observation from driving through that neighborhood. I do believe that the township manager should live in the town. I do understand the challenges of finding someone that is up to par to do the job, but I do agree that if you are heading the township, you should live in the township and experience what other people experience. Um, Police don't answer their phones all the time. I had incident where there's this guy that shows up at around midnight in front of my house, between my house and neighbor's house. And a group of us are concerned. He walks up and down smoking. We called the police several times. Nobody answered the phone, no call back, nothing. And that's very concerning to me. The trash, we have a new company. And there were days that go by and still trash is still on the road in front of people's homes, and it's not picked up to 2 days before someone shows up with this trash. We talked about money and lack thereof, or misdirection of spending money. I don't know how we want to put it, but have we looked into grants? You're the CEO. Looked into alternative sources of funding. You know, there are a lot of grants out there. I work for the state, and we, at my division, we write a lot of grants. There's not a lot of state funding to fund all of the Department of Health that I work for. And 2/3 of the Department of Health is grant funded. So we don't generate enough revenue to take care of all the needs. We have to add other ways or look at other ways of how we can get money in and not just keep passing it on to the taxpayers. Sunset and Van Skyver, there's a construction going on over there at that corner. I don't know what that is. It looks like there's a house being built. And I'm thinking it's just too close to the corner. That's of concern to me. That's a very busy intersection, and someone should explain to us what happened and why that land was granted to build a home so near to the street. We didn't get any notice about the tax increase. Fortunately, I knew from coming to these meetings, but a lot of people I know didn't get any notice about it. I would like to know how contracts are being paid for services for these contractors. It seems like we pay them upfront or increments before the work is completed. Maybe we need to relook at the way we pay them. After the services are done, then they get 100% full. But we can't just pay them upfront and keep paying them and then there's nothing done or partially done. And then we sit down and then we're out of that money. Every penny counts. And I still talk about those flower beds by the streets. That was a waste of money. I know you said the seniors wanted, it was a waste of taxpayers' money because the public health doesn't have enough staff to even maintain what we have. And then
Dr.
now
Providence, your time is up.
yeah, I know. And then we still have to sit down and pay extra time to cut around it, which is extra hours. I still have more. I'll bring you back next month.
Thank you.
Ms. Mallory again. Yesterday made 54 years that I lived in Willingboro, and I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. Unfortunately, we're in the ugly times right now, and hopefully we can find a resolution to our situation with our council person. I want to speak on excessive speeding, which is something that I've spoken on before, especially on Charleston Road between Kennedy Way and Van Skyver. It's a highly populated residential area. We have a lot of children that live in houses along that stretch, and the speed monitors, for whatever reason, have not been working now for, I'm gonna say, for almost a year. And all of a sudden, it appears that it's like a speed trap or whatever. And even around town, Veterans Parkway, I had the experience a couple of weeks ago where I was driving in the left lane and there were maybe 2 or 3 cars behind me. And this person decided that he was going to pass all of us on the right. And when we got to Kennedy Way and Veterans, he came all the way over in the left lane, made a U-turn, and started back the other direction. So, Chief Bucks, I don't know what your plan is for excessive speeding around town, but it seems to be an issue right now with a lot of, especially on Veterans Parkway. The other thing is I noticed that I wanted to ask the question, is Will Weston an employee of the town? And the reason I'm asking that question is because I noticed lately that he has been posting information that I think should come from our communications person. To be specific, he posted the information about the new director at the Riva Foster Center. So just curious as to why he would post this information before it came out from the township. I'm glad to hear that the HVAC system at the library is being fixed, because I was there for a meeting 2 weeks ago and we had to actually use a fan. And I think we've spent thousands of dollars on the HVAC system at the library, and for whatever reason, it's not working. And glad to hear that we're going to get carpet, because what we have there now is ugly. And as far as the Performing Arts Center, I think the residents of the township should be given a discount for tickets, especially for the opening of this, and maybe consideration going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory.
William Weston. First and foremost, it's a blessing to see the turnout that's here tonight. I really believe that the constituents should be part of the local government. I want to shout out my man, Harry Walker, rest in peace, because he was a galvanizer and he was somebody that brought people to local government and interacting. In fact, he introduced me to this. So I do like that to see people here interacting, even if we don't agree. Myself, I do want the town manager to live in the town, but I do understand, because I've been here when that was in flux and there wasn't a consistency. So for me, I like the stability and the performance. I'm even going to add that, because it's not about liking somebody, but it's that from what I see. Also, speaking on that, and this is just a side note, I post on social media to get people more engaged, to understand what's going on in the government. And I might have a view, but I hope you have a view too, and I hope you understand what's happening, because just like the town manager vote was last meeting, more people could have been here to impart their opinion on it. You know, me personally, it could have been approved for just a year and then go to the residents, but just for the time being, you know, have him here, maybe his situation will change. And overall, the constituents can have a word. My question though is for the home assessments, in 2029, will our tax rate change to adjust? I don't understand that part so much. I know our home values will change. I don't know how that impacts the tax rate, or if it does. I do want to shout out Swing to T for the workforce pipeline, because I can respect that. Trying to get more Black youth into the golfing industry. Of course, I would like to see, I'm sure the council will communicate and see if it's manageable and will it impact the taxpayers. But overall, And my specific question also with that is 10 years to 20 years from now, how can we ensure that the demographics will stay the same, that the people we're helping, they'll look the same? Like if we're trying to get these people that look a certain way or that demographic into the golfing industry, will that continue on? But I could reach out to Ms. Pat. What I will say is my taxes did increase $400 a quarter, over $400 a quarter myself. And I understand the outrage or the questions that are had. What I do, and I ask for the engagement, I want us to continually engage with our local government. But also in August 24th is a school board meeting, and I hope to see the same energy there. The school board meetings aren't accessible online, and the township did, and the township did vote for the referendum 1 and 2, but I do think that seeing this, if the school board saw this energy, maybe at least there can be an understanding of why the tax raised so much. And also the MUA, August 19th, 2026 at 6 p.m. if you want to engage there, because I'm all about more people understanding what's going on about their government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson.
Marcus Hogg, good evening again, Mayor or Deputy Mayor. Marcus King, 135 Torrington Lane. I just want to say that I thank you all for what you do. I think it's important to say. However, I am a little troubled because as I come to these meetings and I see folks who come in, they pound their chest, they want to tell you what they're going to do, but yet there's no involvement in our town. So what I'm asking for is that if we could do a town hall where we don't have the clock, and we could have real conversation, because what I see is you all deal with issues at every meeting. And when you come time for the final vote, then somebody says, well, what about this? And they didn't talk about it the whole time that issue, as you were dealing with that issue. And it doesn't make sense that we get folks cheering from the crowd to change what you do. I think sometimes we just have to make a decision and we live with the decision we make, and then we can change that as we move forward. But to come in and grab the low-hanging fruit, to pound their chest to say, look what I did, I think is not fair to you for the hard work that you put in. And the little pay that you get, for anybody that wants to argue about how much money you get, it ain't a whole lot of money for the time that you put in. But my thing is, I'm hoping that everybody puts their time in so we can have real discussions about real issues, because it's not fair. It's not fair to any of you to have to take the abuse of it. And I'll give you a good one. I hear a lot about the trash pickup, and I think here lately, those folks do a great job, right? But I think it's up to us as citizens to get more involved to make our community better, because if we don't do it, and we just leave it on the 4 of you or the 5 of you, it's not going to change. So again, I thank you for what you do, and whatever I can do to help to make it a little easier, I'm willing to do that. But we have to have real meaningful conversation to take the sting out of people who want to pound their chest to tell you about who you are and what you do. So again, I thank you for what you do. And I really would like to have the town hall, because I think the town hall would take the clock away, and then we could have some real meaningful conversation. Because if people really understood how municipal government works, if they really understood how it works, they would then have a different idea of what they think. And because they don't know how it works, and when they get bad information, and that bad information goes out, that's all people hear. We have a very beautiful community, and how I know it, because I've walked it many times and I've knocked on a whole lot of doors. And I do know that if we want to keep our Willingboro the way we want it to be, then it's going to take all of us to get involved, the good and the bad. And we can change some minds through productive conversation. So I'm asking you, while it may not be popular to have a town hall, let's have a town hall. And even if it takes a little longer to go about the conversation, I think the longer that conversation goes on, we'll get more people involved. So again, thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Gail Marchese. I live in Rittenhouse Park. I'm the vice president there. During this time, as vice president, I'm living in Willingboro almost 49 years. When I first moved into Rittenhouse, it was beautiful, and I'm trying to get it back that way. But it's been a little difficult because of a lot of the situations that go on in Rittenhouse, and May, you know that, you live there. We have problems with the streets, the trucks, the cars, people can't get out of their courts, it's dangerous. I've called the township several times and asked about why the fire hydrants in the streets, the township owns the streets in Rittenhouse, why are they not painted with yellow, or they should be painted so many feet from the intersections and from the courts so that people don't park there, so people can get around the community without causing accidents. And it's been a major concern of mine. I drive around putting violation notices out and tow stickers in courts, but I cannot tow cars in the streets. That's up to the police and the township to do. And we have so much of that going on. And then I'm on the phone all day again calling the DPW because of the trash not being picked up. I get phone calls all day long on my phone. The trash is not picked up. There's stuff in the streets. When are they coming back out? I'm constantly trying to deal with that issue with the trash. And also, we're missing street signs. I've called a year now. Street signs are missing. Some signs you can't even read them. Asking for that to be done. Some people call me up and say, they're calling on my personal phone. I'm lost, and you're the vice president. Well, where's this court? Because I can't find it. Well, there's no street sign there. So this is something that I've asked to be addressed, hasn't been addressed. I met with Mr. Provoco. I met with Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, I gave him a list of everything in Rittenhouse when I first became the vice president. He said his exact words to me were, get in line with everybody else in Willingboro. Now, that's an answer from the DPW superintendent when I have potholes in the street. Potholes in the street. The streets haven't been tarred in years, and you're responsible for that. I have handicap spot on the corner of Beverly Rancocas Road and Rockland Drive. Now, I know that the township got grants to fix and put in the handicap areas so people can cross. There's some that are broken. They're cracked. I've asked for that to be repaired. Nothing's been taken care of. Every time I speak to someone, it's always, I'll get back to you, nothing happens. And I'm really concerned because I want to work with Willingboro. I want to get the community back to where it is, but I need the township to also help with me. There are so many times I even send stuff to Chief Rock. I send stuff to the inspection department. I even send stuff to Mr. Harris because I found some New Jersey grants for infrastructure. We have lots of infrastructure problems in Rittenhouse. I was trying to apply for the grant, thinking that I could do that as a nonprofit, but unfortunately, they told me you would need the township to help you. I didn't get an answer. I even had my attorney and I even had my engineering company contact the township to help me. They never got back to me. And I'm really trying to do the best for Rittenhouse. And Maya, as you live there, you can see it's been such a big improvement between the snow removal and the grass and the pool open, which was never opened. And I'm really trying to do the best for the community. And I work a full-time job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marchese. Before you start, Ms. Holly, I know you have 4 minutes and we have 2 minutes left in our meeting, so I don't want to have to cut you off.
No, I'm gonna get my 4 minutes.
I know, that's why I'm trying to
Yeah.
do the motion to extend the meeting once again.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, can I have a motion to extend the meeting until midnight?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Holly. I reside at 9 Tioga Lane. Before I get started on my concerns, I want to thank Ms. Lamar, I believe. I called her office about the taxes yesterday, and she walked me through everything. That's probably why I understood the tax situation and didn't have any questions or comments about that. Now to my concerns. Ms. Worthy, Chief Bucks, I just want you to know it does not matter if the donation is from an employee, if it's public or private. If it gives, if it's given to support a business of a council person and a nonprofit is a business because there's a salary increase, it could give the appearance of a conflict of interest according to NJSA 48:9-22.5. Okay, are there any truths to the rumors circulating around town that Ms. Whitfield contacted a reporter relative to an article about Ms. Perone's statement about the Mexican population? And when that same reporter contacted Ms. Whitfield and Ms. Worthy about the situation involving Mr. Anderson, they refused to comment about that article. Willingboro is a paying place. Don't look like that. I want to commend Ms. Perone about her comments tonight and all of her due diligence, because she was really good. I also want to commend you, Ms. McIntosh, because one thing about you, and I've been knowing you since you were a teenager, your family, you have a very calm demeanor when you're talking to the public, and I appreciate that. But the other two, that's another story. Okay. So let me just tell you this information. Oh, and the other thing is, I've been an advocate in Willingboro for 50 years, so I get the right to stand here and speak. Okay. Whoever made a comment about people in the audience, so that's who I'm talking to. On June 2nd, 3rd, right after Mr. Anderson's conviction, I wrote a letter to the county prosecutor's office. The county prosecutor got back to me, and I'm sure you know this, on June 20th. Had a conversation with him. He did his due diligence, and he called me back July 3rd. During that whole time, council people never contacted the county superintendent. I don't know whether or not Mr. Solicitor didn't advise you that you should contact the county superintendent, but if I, a resident, could contact the county superintendent, you all should have done it also. You waited until it was too late to put a person's name on the ballot. You contacted the county superintendent last week. Now that's ridiculous. The man was sentenced on June, was it January? No, he was convicted on January the 27th. Okay, convicted. So you had 8 months that you should have done something about it. And I don't want to hear this nonsense that you're telling about, well, we didn't know, we didn't know, we didn't know. Yes, you did know. You should have sent that letter way before now. And then the other thing, my time's going to run out, as it relates to the situation regarding Mr. Harris. Where's my thoughts? I'm probably, my time's going to run out. So is it true that after Mr. Anderson was convicted, Mr. Harris locked him out of the system, and that the three of you ladies directed Mr. Harris to let Mr. Anderson back into the system? That's ridiculous. And that's the rumor on the street. And in Willingboro, if the rumor on the street is out there, it's 99.99% correct. Oh, the other lady, you gave 4 seconds extra. Now I got 1 second extra. You need to watch your clicker and watch the time. You, what's your name?
Thank you, Ms. Holly.
Donald. Donald.
Tim Brantley, Woodhaven Lane. I wasn't going to say anything. Of course, council, they know me well because I'm not going to make it personal. I want to deal with a few issues, which first of all is the permanent waiver for Mr. Harris. I completely disagree. a few years back, there was only like 2 people on council that even own homes or pay taxes in Willingboro. And it was like, to me, it was like, this is crazy. How can a manager, director, and people on council that don't even own homes make decisions for me? You know, it's just ludicrous. And if he has personal problems, which I feel for any man or any woman who's going through financial experience, I've raised 5 kids. I got 13 grandkids, 3 great grandkids, and I put the work in. And I wasn't making 150,000. And I bought 4 homes in Willingboro, 14 Hinsdale Lane, 42 Barker Lane, 29 Hepburn Lane, and now I live at 44 Woodhaven Lane. And I'm saying that because it can be done. And I have no excuses for a man who can't do what he needs to do. This waiver thing, this permanent waiver, it's unacceptable for me. And to touch on Mr. Anderson, and that's seen the mayor in one of the stores, we talked, and it's personal. I'm a man of God. I prayed for him. I spoke to him. I called him up and said, you know, I want to keep you in prayer because I wish nothing harm on the next man. But you know what? A veteran who's in Fort Dix right now that had a disability rating, his check is cut. And from what I understand, there's council members who voted for his check to continue. That's crazy. When was the last time he paid taxes over there in Country Club? If you can't afford to be there, you shouldn't be there. If you can't afford to live in Willingboro, you should go somewhere else. That's what I did. I came from Philadelphia many, many years ago to better my family. My kids went to Willingboro High. They went on to get master's degrees and different things. Went to school with Miss Holly's child. Same year. So it's no excuse. So why we got to offset for this man? You mean to tell me with 30,000 residents, we can't, with AI, we can't run this town based on a template? I'm the chairman of the trustee board of my church. We got a few $1 million in building. We don't do that. Next man up. If you can't handle the job, I'm sorry. I feel for you. Whatever your personal thing is, divorce, marriage, whatever, that's not our problem. You should be a homeowner, let alone living here. So you know what these taxes feel like. Over there in Windsor, where I live, I talk to my neighbors, you know what? 20,000. Try that. See how that feels. But yet, this council ran me and my wife, who is both retired, both veterans, in a court to fight a case with something they could have rectified. But I'm listening to all these change orders, hundreds of thousands of dollars, people being paid $400,000 for work not performed, but y'all want to do that to me and my wife. Why? If we were your parents, you wouldn't do that. You know? It wasn't right. You don't know it. You don't know it. And there's people in the audience that know me, know my situation, and I know behind the scenes they say, yeah, we got them. But you know what? I'm a man of God. Karma is for real. Karma is for real. And I'm good. I ain't mad. Ask Nate when you talk to him. I called him up and I prayed with him. Because that's who I am.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Yeah. So karma. Remember that.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
I'm so disappointed. Good evening, council again. I'm up here so much because I don't come to these meetings. I said, I don't come to these meetings, so that's why I'm I'm coming back and forth tonight to try to get all my concerns out while I can. But it is an issue about the virtual access. And I would like to know if the IT person ever came back with a report for a resolve for that. I remember you asking for that, Mayor Whitfield. I already told you my feelings about the township, manager. I think that he should definitely live in town just like anyone else who serves for this community. Councilman Anderson, uh, Councilman Anderson, you ought to do everything to show integrity for your positions and us to have him removed. You know, this is ridiculous. The state won't pay benefits for anyone incarcerated. Why should we? Public Works. Public Works, I think, is very essential to the maintenance and appearance of Willingboro. You know, I previously had a conversation with Mr. Chapman about my sidewalks. Public Works came out there and they called themselves, I guess, filing down a lip. It looks horrible. They did it in the front of my property and on the side of my property. When Mr. Chapman first came on board, oh, he was so excited to be here. He was going to do this, he was going to do that, he was going to do everything. Until he came up here wobbling, talking about, oh, we can't do nothing. I don't have a to-do list. It's not on my to-do list anymore. I think he's very unprofessional. I don't think he takes his job seriously. I called up to Public Works, and when whoever answered the phone, the music in the background was so loud, I definitely didn't think I was talking to a municipal or into a municipal office. It was very embarrassing. Though the person I spoke to was very nice, and I left a message for Mr. Chapman, and he hasn't responded as of yet. It's been about 3 weeks, and I don't see him here tonight either. You know, but I think that that's really, it really speaks to his character and a lot to you alls to accept all the excuses that he provides. You know, with these taxes, you talk about these taxes getting higher and higher, and our services are getting poorer and sadder and sadder. And it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. I wanted to also speak to the voting, the municipal voting for the 16 and 17-year-olds. So even though that may be an okay idea, I don't think that's something that should be pushed through. I think that you can explain the immediate need for the proposal, the process taken for this to be adopted, and the timeline being considered, and how residents and young people will be consulted before a final decision is made. You know, I believe in the youth being their future, so they should participate, but not in voting. We're the taxpayers. And even if a kid is working at McDonald's or something, living at home, he's not paying them type of taxes to make those type of decisions. The Jazz Fest. I love the Jazz Fest.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your
Okay,
time is
the
up.
Jazz Fest has been
Thank
here.
you.
I've been here since it was in Broado Park. Now it's over $200,000.
Thank you, ma'am.
Make it make
Your time is up. You had it after the time went up.
No, I didn't.
Go ahead, take it for a second.
Thank you so much, because I don't get in here. Yeah, you see, I'm handy. And I came in here tonight because I did want to voice my opinion, especially about the virtual accessibility. I think that you should address that. I would also like from Mr. Chapman, I wanted him on record saying that I want my sidewalk fixed. It's appreciating the value of my property that you all just raised taxes on. I pay well over $10,000 a year. I should be able to get a response, and I should be able to get my sidewalk fixed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Please get that virtual access, because I can't be doing this every week. And I had something to say. That's why they don't. I know, that's why they don't want to do. But that's all right.
With that, if there's no more public comment,
Good evening, council.
I'm Muriel Whitfield. I've lived in Willingboro for the past 37 years. And I still love it here. Okay, things aren't always perfect, but they're better than living in some other places. I'd like to first apologize for my outburst last week, but I do understand what was done. It's called the ad hominem attack. In politics, it's blame shifting. It's a manipulative tactic used to escape accountability by redirecting fault for one's own mistakes or bad behavior onto someone else, which was done to me. Okay, it means attacking the person instead of their argument. And an example for you that weren't here last week, what was done to me was the councilwoman attacked the mayor's mother, which is me, to make the mayor look bad rather than talking about city laws. It allows the offender to maintain control, protect their ego, and avoid the consequences of their actions. It's deeply corrosive and toxic because it distorts reality over time. Okay, I'm no stranger to politics. I did get upset, and I would again like to apologize. But I feel we should all be aware of things in the community that are happening. We should keep our eyes open. Like, who controls all the negative stuff on Facebook? Who controls all that? Anybody ever notice the names of the people that control all that? Okay, remember the big lie? That was used by Adolf Hitler, okay? The big lie, what it means is if it's a gross distortion of misrepresentation. Yes, that. Most manipulative individuals use a variety of deceptive techniques to exert control or avoid accountability. As I previously stated, I've been in this township for a long time. I watch, I listen, I come to these meetings, I was watching them on Zoom, and finally I'm speaking on the things that I've observed. Hopefully others won't try to twist this and take it out of context and create their own narrative. This is just how I feel. It bothered me last month that I let somebody upset me that bad. But again, I sincerely apologize. So, Willingboro, thank you for your time. And remember, united we stand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no other public comment. Public comment is now closed. As I said before, public comment, we won't have time to respond to all the comments that we had tonight. We have very lively and numerous responses. Some of them do require a response. So please ensure that the clerk has your information so that we will be able to contact you with the responses to your questions or statements. The time is now 11:47. We do have executive session. We can. I don't think there's some things that are pressing, so we will have to go into executive session. So we will go into executive session for the remainder of, we may need to extend again.
Write down my information.
Is council okay with extending a third time? We can save that part. But the next stuff, we still need to extend because I don't know, so it's 10 minutes. Oh, okay. All right, so we'll extend the meeting until 12:15 a.m. And there will be a vote after we come out of executive session. Can I have a motion to extend the meeting until 12:15?
Motion to extend.
Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Roll call?
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. Resolution for executive session.
Yes, can I get a motion to approve Resolution 169, authorizing closed executive session in accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act for personnel matters and attorney-client privileges?
So moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We'll be in executive session for approximately 15 minutes, and we will have action when we come out. Clerk?
Yes, the time is 12:17. Can I get a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? All right, we are now back in public session. We do have two resolutions to vote on after our discussions. They will be resolutions 2026-165 and 2026-166, deeming the absences not excused for the absent council member for July 7th and August 4th. Can I have a motion for a consent agenda for 2026-165 and 166?
So moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda for resolutions 2026-165 and 2026-166?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone.
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. Also, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the electronics access for Councilman Anderson effective immediately. I'd like to make a motion.
So moved.
Second. I just need a second.
Second.
That includes cell phone, email, and building access. So it's been moved by Mayor Woodfield, seconded by Council.
Not just email, also, admins, all softwares accessible to us. You said emails and, cell phone,
Email, cell phone, all
all
software.
programs, yeah.
Also, that includes all software, building access, and email and access to any devices.
Councilwoman Perone.
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. All right, that concludes the business that we have tonight. Is there any council comment? Seeing none, I'd like to thank the Willingboro community for coming out and being very spirited participants tonight. We appreciate your involvement and look forward to continuing to engage with you in the future. Madam Deputy Clerk, please
Yes.
call for adjournment.
The time is now 12:20. Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Good night, Willingboro.
Good night.